The officer asked the defendant to step out of the vehicle, and the defendant was unbalanced while stepping out. SFSTs were conducted. 6 out of 6 clues were observed on the HGN test. The defendant was unable to perform the walk-in turn and the one-leg stand. The DIC was read to the defendant at Tomball City Jail, and the defendant consented to a breath specimen. The results were .218 and .208.
Any prior DWIs? Do you mind looking, please?
No criminal history, Judge.
And you ran his license. If he has a valid license, please. Mr. Brady, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. I am ordering you as a condition of your bond not to consume alcohol, illegal drugs, or unprescribed controlled medication. I'm going to randomly test you. If I find that you're consuming alcohol or any kind of illegal drugs, your bond will be revoked. You'll go to jail. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a valid Texas driver license, you may continue to drive, but you must maintain liability insurance as well. If you do not have either, you are not allowed to drive. Do you understand? That is also a condition of your bond as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tell me, what do you do for a living?
I'm a cook, Your Honor.
Did you apply for an appointed lawyer?
Your Honor, I don't have a lawyer. I need the court to appoint one from you.
I need you to qualify though. So what I can do is I can give you an application. I'll take a look. I need to know everything about you. Just put it on the paper. I'll take a look. If you qualify, I'll give you a lawyer. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please.
His driver's license is eligible.
Great. Okay. Gotcha. Please.
All right, Judge, next is page 10. Collins, come on up.
Is it Tyran? No.
Yes.
Please. Mr. Collins, you're charged with assault of a family member. You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir. Okay.
On December 31st, 2024 at 2:35 p.m., an officer was dispatched to 12600 Dunlap Street, Houston, Harris County, Texas, in reference to a disturbance unknown weapon call. Upon arrival, the officer made contact with the complainant, who stated the defendant is her son and that he assaulted her. The complainant stated she lives in an apartment with her 2 sons. The complainant stated that a month ago she asked the defendant, her eldest son, to help pay for rent, and the defendant agreed to pay a certain amount. The complainant stated she got tired of asking and told them that she was not renewing her lease. The complainant told the defendant he needed to move out by December 31st. On that day, she arrived at the apartment to turn her keys in and do a walkthrough with the complex manager, the witness. The complainant stated as she was removing the locks from the doors, the defendant pushed her with both hands and punched her in the chest with a fist, causing pain. The witness stated the defendant was acting aggressive and was refusing to leave the apartment. The witness observed the defendant push and punch the complainant.
Any dope or alcohol?
No allegations of drugs or alcohol, Judge.
Do we know what she wants?
Yes, Judge. I spoke to her yesterday and she is requesting no threatening or harassing contact and that he not be able to go near her new residence.
Got it. Okay, Mr. Collins, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. I'm ordering you as a condition of your bond. Well, hold on a second. Let me see. It looks like a protective order was issued on the 1st of this month. I would get to know it, because if you violate this protective order, the state can and probably will file a violation of protective order. It's one of the worst cases you can pick up. You violate conditions on a VPO, I can have a hearing to hold you at no bond, 0 bond, and I will do it in a heartbeat to protect my community. Do you understand?
Yes, I also had a witness too.
Stop. You will get the opportunity to fight. Now's not the time. I got a bunch of DAs here. I don't want you to say something. You'll get the opportunity. Just now's not the time. I am ordering you as a condition of your bond not to have any threatening or harassing contact with the complaining witness in this case. Understand what is threatening or harassing doesn't matter what you think. I could care less. It's what she perceives. So if I go like this, is that threatening, harassing? It most certainly is. And it can be a basis to revoke your bond. Do you understand?
Yeah.
All right. Tell me, what do you do for a living, Mr. Collins?
I work.
Do you have enough money in that work to hire a lawyer?
No.
Tell me about what you do then.
I work as an HVAC tech.
All right. So what I can do is I can give you an application. I need you to fill it out. Don't just put zeros because I'm going to send it right back to you. I need you to fill it out. Be honest. I'll take a look. And if you qualify, then I'll give you a lawyer. I am going to file conditions that you're not having threatening or harassing contact with mom. It's mom.
Mom and Judge, the protective order says no going within 200 feet of her previous residence. She gave me her new address. So if we
Okay.
could
Do you want to
add it.
refile it?
We could. Do you know how to do the
Put the correct address in the MOA. You want them to let me just, and all right, I'll print it out. We'll just amend it. I need to know, or I'll give it to you. You put the correct address.
Yes, Judge.
So Mr. Collins, you're not allowed to go where she lives. Do you understand? If you go there, I'm going to revoke your bond. I'm going to put you in jail. You need to understand, if you don't have anyone that's going to pony up $5,000, $10,000 to get you out of jail, you'll be stuck like Chuck in there until this thing is over with. Consider that when you're out there in the free world. I'm not asking for much. Just don't become a danger to our public. Don't violate conditions. That's it. All right. Stephen, do you mind giving an application? Do you mind filing no threatening, harassing contact and no weapons?
All right, Judge, next is
I need to give it to them.
page 12, Spanish speaker, Diaz Jimenez.
You said page 12? Yes. Good morning, Mr. Diaz Jimenez.
Good morning, Your Honor. I understand English.
Okay, so do we want to do him later and we'll do the other Spanish speaker since we have Blossom?
Okay.
All right, just take a seat for me momentarily. We'll help you out here momentarily.
The other Spanish speaker.
Mackenzie, can I give this to you to put the right address? Do you mind?
All right,
Sorry,
Judge,
thanks,
next
guys.
is a
Thank you.
Dela Cruz, come on up. On page 11.
Good morning, Ms. Dela Cruz. Ma'am, you were charged with unlawful carrying of a weapon in a public place. You are facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, ma'am. Okay, guys, please.
Your Honor, on December 31st at approximately 11:37 p.m., officer was dispatched to a weapons disturbance at 1111 Grove Street Apartments, 1111 Houston, Texas. We informed the officer, the witness informed the officer that she was outside and heard a gunshot, then looked to the left and saw defendant, witness's neighbor, waving a gun in the air toward the kids in the playground and towards witness's group. The witness stated that defendant left location and returned yelling and waving the gun in the air and pointing it all around the apartment. We recorded the interaction. Witness recorded the interaction with the defendant pointing the gun and trying to shoot it, but nothing came out at the time. Another witness informed the officer that she heard a shotgun shot, then observed defendant waving gun toward a basketball court and park where there were kids. Defendant then ran into the house. A third witness corroborated both accounts. Witness number 3 also recorded the incident. Defendant was ID'd by eyewitnesses and a mugshot. Defendant was found sitting on her porch and observed the officer.
Strong odor of alcohol.
Observed a strong odor of alcohol.
Okay.
And the officer found a case.
So AB, is that what it says?
Yes, Judge.
Strong odor of alcohol in her breath.
Yes, Your Honor.
So did she actually get a shot off? Did you have,
Judge, the officer found a casing in front of her apartment.
do you have anyone that saw though?
Nobody that physically saw her get the shot off, just they heard the shot and then they saw her waving the gun around after that point.
Ms. Dela Cruz, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. I'm ordering you as a condition of your bond not to consume alcohol, illegal drugs, or unprescribed controlled medication. If you have a problem with drugs or alcohol, you better address it, because if you don't, I'm going to do it, and you're not going to like the way that I do it, man. Stop. I don't want you to say anything. I'm just telling you what the expectation is here. I'm going to protect my community at all costs. I don't care what happens with who it is, what color, small farm animal. I don't care. I'm going to protect my community. You're not to be in possession of any weapons as well. If I find that you have a weapon, likewise, I'm going to revoke your bond, put you in jail, and I'm going to raise the bond. I'm not asking for much. Tell me what you do for a living, man. Do you have the ability to hire a lawyer?
Right now,
Do you have the ability to hire a lawyer?
well, somewhat if I need to, but I wanted to ask for a court appointed at first.
So let's do this. I can give you an application to fill out. I'll take a look. And if you qualify, I'll provide you a lawyer. But I need to know everything about you and just fill it out honestly.
I just felt close, like,
You don't have to tell me. Just put it on there. Well, I need numbers, though. Give me numbers. I'll take a look. And if you qualify, I'll provide you a lawyer. You're going to meet with Felicia for your bond conditions. No, Felicia for your bond conditions. No alcohol. Do you understand, ma'am? No weapons. That's all I'm asking you to do. And don't pick up a new case. Okay. Stephen, please.
Judge, was that pretrial bond conditions or?
Yeah, with Felicia. No, we're going to monitor, make sure she's not using.
Next judge is,
Hold on. Do you have an arraignment?
yes, page
Okay.
18.
You ready? Come on, Ms. Jones.
Landram, come on up.
How are you? Great to see you. What's new? Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Please tell me, Rabbi. Hello. Good morning, Ms. Landram. Ma'am, you were charged with reckless driving. You're facing up to 30 days in jail and or a $500 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, ma'am.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Hi, Alex.
On December 21st, 2024, the officer was dispatched to a major accident on East Freeway in Harris County, Texas. The officer made contact with the complainant. The complainant stated he was traveling in lane 2 out of 4, observed his rearview mirror, the defendant's vehicle traveling at a high rate of speed, following closely with a motorcycle also traveling at a high rate of speed. The complainant stated the defendant was racing with the motorcycle. The defendant was mimicking the motorcycle's lane changes in speed. And when the defendant entered lane 1, the defendant began to lose control and her front bumper collided with the complainant's front right, causing him to lose control and crash into another motor vehicle. A total of 4 motor vehicles were involved in the collision. All vehicles were towed and the damage for each vehicle was over approximately $1,000. The officer made contact with the defendant, who identified herself as the driver of the vehicle.
What does high rate of speed mean?
Let me see if the officer specified.
I mean, I'm going to find probable cause, but I'm curious. I mean, if she's going just while he's doing that, Ms. Landram, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. I'm ordering you as a condition of your bond not to drive like this again. And if I find that you're driving like this or you pick up a new case, I will take your ability to drive away. And I'm going to tell you, living in a city as big as Houston without the ability to drive blows. It's awful. Try living without me driving. It's terrible. So just don't. Please.
Your Honor, the speed's not specified in the OR.
I mean, I think that there's enough to go now for probable cause. Just be careful. You've got a great lawyer. She will take care of you. You must listen to her. Because you have a lawyer, I will waive your appearance, but you have to stay in touch with her. If she tells me she can't get a hold of you because you're playing games, I'm going to issue a warrant for your arrest. Don't pick up a new case and not on 610. All right. We're going to craft bond conditions for you to sign. Once you sign them, after that, you'll be free to go. Okay. All right. Thanks, Mr. Johnson. Just no reckless driving, racing, donuts, street takeovers and the like that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please.
This way.
No driving like Batman.
All right, Judge, next is page 12.
Oh, thank you.
Diaz, come on up.
so can you file those conditions? Do you
Yes,
want? You are Diaz Jimenez, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Diaz Jimenez, you're charged with driving while intoxicated. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
Yes, Judge. On January 1st, 2025, the officer observed a vehicle on the 19700 block of US Freeway 59 make a last-minute lane change and cross a solid white line. Once in the lane, the vehicle failed to maintain a single lane and touched the white line multiple times. When the vehicle came to a red light, the vehicle stopped much slower than prudent and slowly inched up to the stop line. Once at the stop line, the vehicle proceeded past the stop line with the entire vehicle nearly past the line and in the intersection. The vehicle then accelerated through the red light, running the red light, and a traffic stop was then initiated. The vehicle failed to maintain a single lane multiple times before stopping, and the officer made contact with the defendant, the driver, and sole occupant of the vehicle. The officer observed the defendant to have an odor of an alcoholic beverage, slurred speech, and red, glossy, bloodshot eyes. The officer asked if the defendant had any alcohol to drink, and the defendant became belligerent and refused to answer. The officer observed a strong odor of an alcoholic beverage, and the defendant agreed to perform standard field sobriety tests, but walked away and refused. Based on training experience, the officer believed they lost the use of mental faculties and physical faculties, and the DICs were read. However, the defendant refused breath specimens. A blood search warrant was signed and executed.
Got it. Any prior DWIs? Can you check, please?
There was a prior in 2017, Your Honor.
Out of Oregon, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Diaz, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with the case. I am now placed. Can you run his license, please?
Yes, Judge.
I'm now placing a restriction on your license. You are not allowed to drive any vehicle that doesn't have an ignition interlock on it. If you're caught driving a vehicle that doesn't have an interlock, I'm going to put you in jail by revoking your bond and raising it. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
We don't have a license on file, Your Honor.
If you do not have a license, you are not allowed to drive, and I'll have you sign an affidavit with me today promising me you're not going to drive. I don't care if there's a burning building and you have to save 50 children. If you don't have a license and a guardian interlock on your car, you are not allowed to drive. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
You will be randomly tested also to prove so that we know that you're not consuming any kind of other substances as well. Tell me, Mr. Diaz Jimenez, do you have the ability to hire a lawyer? Okay. If you ever have any issues, come back and we can talk about giving you an application for an appointed lawyer. But I'm absolutely serious when I'm telling you I'm going to protect my public at all costs. Every single day, there's a death in Harris County due to alcohol. You understand? All right. I'm going to have you come up here, swear to us. I'll get you to Victoria to sign a reset. You'll get with Maddie for your bond conditions. Then after that, you'll be free to go. Please.
All right, Judge, next is page 12, Duran, come on up.
Just go ahead, take your seat for we'll wait for your lawyer to get here.
All right, Judge. Page 2, Angel. Erica Angel. Judge, this one bonded out.
Sir, step over this way and we can do that. And I'll try this to a call.
Say it again.
Page 2, Angel.
Good morning, Miss Angel. Ma'am, you are charged with theft of service. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. Do you have a lawyer today, ma'am? Let's do this. I'll provide you one today. Let me have you take a seat in the jury box and we'll see where we go. Your case is extremely old and I don't know where we're going to go from here. So let's do this. I'm going to have you provide your lawyer today. We'll have you talk to them and we'll go from there. Just take a seat from in the jury box, please. Thanks.
Judge, we have 2 more that the attorneys are not doing.
Okay, let's wait. Any THAs?
No, Judge.
Okay.
Raise your right hand. You sound so confirm all questions about this trial.
Yes.
And also, we're going to do sign bond conditions here.
So, yeah.
Raise your hand.
Yes.
You always want to find all the questions documents to incorporate this out. Are you over? They are. Like reset. She was actually one of the sign. You want to say that or? Oh, you know, 2 things.
Yeah.
Well, I think there's like, her insurance that she's not at home for it, which like obviously not
Right.
but
I mean, she's never been in trouble. And she needed actually not racing on her stuff. And I said, why did all these don't know each other so much? After I checked on everybody, they were talking with the very like not to get for trouble, but just say what did happen and they come to a conclusion. So that's not what happened.
Council for recess for
She was trying to avoid it. She said they were all going the same. She and the article all went the same. I mean, she's upset and she, got an accident. She just, she said the police came in and asked for her, she was just stuck in her mother. And said she was in her and they never asked her, what happened for her perspective. She was not.
Okay, so in terms of that, them not asking, I would have to wait for the body cam to come in to see what they say, everything like that. But I have to also.
I just wanted you to know.
Yeah,
So I'll see the body cams come in or whatever, but I didn't even know she was going highway out. Officer. And before I get an officer, they don't know what Brady teaches.
Council for recess.
And that's what.
All right, yeah, well, we got the camera.
We're looking into it.
Right. Yeah, so for now.
Okay, so
it's gonna be the.
And then Yeah, and then, drugs around. Yes.
Hi, good morning, Your Honor, my approach. Just page 20.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes.
Hi. Okay.
A couple of days ago, and we went over it and we decided that we are going to enter PTI. We're asking the court to give us a short recess just to go ahead and complete the TRAS.
Oh, so let's do this. Alex, are they approved? Do they need a mitigation packet?
Judge, it appears that they are approved already, so
Okay, so all they need is the application?
they need the application.
Okay, it's old, so what we'll do, we'll give you just a couple weeks. Got to be here at the next setting, everything done. We'll send them for a TRAS at the next setting and then we'll go from there, huh? Yep, okay. Yes, ma'am. Thanks. Hey,
Morning, Your Honor. Happy New Year.
what's up, man? Happy New Year. I wanted to wait for you, so we didn't.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I have Mr. Colbany. We'll waive PC on it. So, all good?
Any priors?
No, he did got first.
Okay, so just same as usual, just no drugs, no alcohol, if you don't have a license, no driving, and all that jazz. Done.
All right, thank you very much. Good to see you.
You too. Yes, sir.
Very Spitz, are you ready, Judge?
Say it again.
Very Spitz, we will please.
Okay, I'm ready when you are. Is this a true first?
It's something that's being put down to a first. It's a case from Class A to Class B.
Right, but it's not a second though.
Oh, that's what I meant.
It's not a second.
It is.
It's a second, but it's being played down.
Right, it was charged as a second to a first.
All right. Good morning, Ms. Smith. Ma'am, you were charged with driving while intoxicated. Second offense, you were facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. Looks like you guys have worked the deal of a century because they're going to reduce it to a first, which I don't know if you realize this, but this bypasses the mandatory 5 minimum in jail that you would normally be doing. So understand that this is a big one, but you still have to understand 1 and 1 are 2, 2 and 1 make 3. What happens on the next one? You were looking at a felony charge, a minimum of 2 years in prison, a maximum of 10 years in prison. All officers will presumably do, look at your record. If you get pulled over, they smell alcohol, boom, right back in. If I were you, even if you had a sip of alcohol, I would never get into a car because you were taking a humongous risk. Do you understand, man?
Yes, sir.
It is a very, very serious business. The agreement that you worked out is they're offering you 180 days in jail to be probated for 15 months. For you to complete this probation successfully, you must do a repeat offender DWI education class. You must do 2 victim impact panels. You must also do a TRAS, which is an evaluation to see what other conditions you may need. If they assess further conditions, you must fulfill those. If you don't, then into jail you go. If you consume alcohol while you're on this probation, if you pick up a new case, if you drive when you're not supposed to, your bond, or we're going to issue a warrant for your arrest, put you in jail. I'm going to bring you back out here. We're going to have a hearing to see whether you violated the probation, and you're looking at 180 days in jail. Do you understand? You are giving up the right to a trial, right to compel witnesses to testify on your behalf, confront and cross-examine your accusers. If you're not a citizen, there are possible immigration consequences. You could be deported, excluded from the country, denied naturalization under federal law. You give up the right to appeal. Once you plead guilty, there's no turning back. It will go on your record. It's going to stay there for the rest of your life. Is this what you want to do, man? How do you plead to the offense? Guilty or not guilty? I'm going to find you guilty. You must also have complete substance abuse treatment, no drugs, no alcohol. You must maintain a guardian interlock and no breath test refusal, meaning that if you're pulled over in a car and an officer asks you to submit to a breath test, you must do it. If you don't, you're in violation of the probation. Alex, can you see if she has a license, please?
Yes, Judge. It's eligible, Your Honor.
No.
Okay, you can reduce your fees to the minimum, and we'll waive the court costs and all that. Okay. If you ever have any problems, come back and talk to us. But the worst possible thing that you can do is just take off. But that it assures a warrant will be issued. The other thing is don't use alcohol. Do you understand? Okay, ma'am. How do you put, she said guilty, right? Okay, all right. Good luck, man. We'll have you see probation officer. All right, thanks. No, she needs a guardian interlock before she starts driving. Does she have a portable? Or okay, you cannot drive.
I have both devices.
You do? You have one in your car as well? Okay. You must maintain that one in the car. I will take the portable device off now. You got to understand those that, bless you. I can't pay for the device anymore though. Once you get on probation, I've been paying for you, for both devices now for you. But once you get on probation, I can't pay for it anymore. You're going to have to pay for that yourself. But I have waived a ton of fees. I mean, I've waived around $5,000 in fees for you now that you would otherwise be responsible for. So just be careful, don't use. And if you ever have any issues, talk to Josh, me, and we can help you out.
As far as the interlock device, I will learn from them how much it's going to cost, or how does that work?
As far as the logistics are concerned, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
it's already on there, so I guess I would keep the one that's
yeah, if you don't pay, it's going to go into lockout. And if it goes into lockout, a warrant issue. So just make sure that you get everything done well so you know when to start paying for it. Okay. Okay, guys. All right. Thank you, man. Good luck. Okay. 30. I think what's the minimum is what, 25 or is it 30? Okay, then do the minimum for the 25.
Yeah. Just I had a question about Francisco Garcia on docket.
Is it on docket today?
Yes, Your Honor. Something was just added.
In custody or on bond?
In custody. Yes, sir.
Page 35, Your Honor.
Thank you.
But I saw that it was set for bail review, and we had submitted a waiver yesterday of the bail hearing in Court 8, but I didn't know if we needed to.
Let me see. I can do it for you. Let's see. How did it get transferred at such a late? I mean, it's 125 days old. That's weird, right?
I think the alleged jail fight is the assault. And so I don't know if maybe there were co-defendants in 8, but maybe there's some issues there. But they're trying to separate them maybe.
Oh, is this with Cordova? Got it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, just so the felony set for the 10th. Do you want to do it a couple days after, or do you want it longer?
A couple days after.
Okay. Yeah, whatever he wants. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Josh. Yeah, I'll do it.
I saw your eyes. Vic, ran it all of you. Sure. Sure. Yeah.
Hey, how are you?
I have chase on the burger. And I do not have.
Hey, Stephen, did Todd Miller check in? Miller? You have him fix it in the jury box.
Hey, Judge, can you sign bond conditions for Landram?
Judge, I have an important call.
Are you still in trial? Say it again. Oh, Sarah. Rich. Yeah. You done? Yeah. How was it? Good. Wow, congrats. What did you try? DWI. Nice. Yeah, he was telling me, we're all big fans. Good job. Yeah. Mr. Stoll, I was waiting for you. How are you, man? You ready?
Yeah, we're ready. My internet's not really working the best, but
what do you need?
We're just gonna do pre-PC and bond conditions real quick,
okay,
and get Mr. Duran out of here.
Good morning, Mr. Duran. Mr. Duran, you're charged with racing on a highway. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir. Okay.
Officers were working in undercover capacity, and they advised, they observed a black Jeep engage in a rolling drag race with a yellow Corvette, unknown license plate. Rolling drag races when two or more vehicles align their vehicles from their moving position while traveling side by side on the public roadway. Vehicles then simultaneously accelerate forward at a high rate of speed, attempting to outdistance and outgain each other in a competition of speed. The black Jeep and the yellow Corvette were heading west on the highway at 40 miles per hour.
A Jeep versus a Corvette?
Right.
He was in the Jeep,
Really?
Your Honor. He was in the Jeep.
And accelerated high rate of speed of 90 in a 65 miles per hour zone.
The hare versus the tortoise.
They maintain visual on the vehicle, observing it exit the highway and enter into the parking lot of a Buc-ee's. They approach the driver of the Jeep, the defendant here, stated he knew why he was in the parking lot and he was just trying to have fun.
Your Honor, in the DIMS report, the officer does give the definition of what a roll race, what a drag race is. However, just after that, when he closes the the caption of where the definition is, he never says that he ever witnessed my client and the Corvette line up side by side and accelerate from a point side by side in order to outdistance the other vehicle.
Didn't you say that they like kind of slowed to some kind of like next to each other and then they flew out? I thought I heard that.
Yes, because as the DIMS is written, the officer says he observed the black Jeep, the defendant's vehicle, engaged in that rolling drag race. Then he goes on to define what he meant by that. And that's when he says they slowed and they went side by side and they accelerated.
I think it's a poorly written DIMS, in my opinion. I think it would have been better had he said.
I guess he's trying to explain to us, hey, what this is, because not many people may know, but I saw them engage in this.
Yes, sir. And this did just happen 3 days ago, so we're going to wait for the offense.
We are still
report.
waiting for the full offense.
And nevertheless,
Right.
that's what happened is they kind of slow down and then they take off, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Do we have the co-defendant? No.
There was, he was the only one.
All right. Mr. Duran, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with the case. Have you guys run his license to see if he has a valid Texas driver license?
Oh, right.
Your Honor.
Please. Okay. No more. 610 is not the place to do this, and I'm making that a condition of your bond. There are proper places in Houston, but not on our freeways. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
I'm making that a condition of your bond. If I find that you're doing it again, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put you in jail. The next thing I'm going to take your ability to drive away. Living in this city without the ability to drive sucks. All right, come on, no more. You understand? You've got a great lawyer. Listen to Mr. Stoll. He'll take care of you. I will waive your appearance. You don't have to waste your time coming to court, but you must stay in touch with Mr. Stoll and he'll tell you when you have to come back to court. If he tells me he can't get a hold of you, you pick up a new case. I'm going to end up revoking your bond. All right, guys, please. So he can't leave until he signs conditions and then he can do it. Can you file?
Still no reckless, no racing, those type of conditions,
Et cetera.
Raven Landram.
No, these are for the state, correct?
State conditions, yeah.
What's going on?
Judge, Mr. Evans, has he approached you yet?
No, you mean Colin?
Yes. He asked for a record. I'm not sure why, but I'm ready whenever you guys are ready.
Okay. Who on?
Eric Castillo.
What's the last name?
Castillo.
Hey, did you put someone on the record? Are we doing the plea or no? Okay. Oh, did you get what you?
It's not there. Sure. But there, it's heat. It's still all motion. So 2 sittings ago, you asked the state to subpoena someone to the sheriff's office.
We on the record yet, Judge?
Yeah, let's go on the record. All right, we're going on the record. Please do not speak. If you want to speak, go outside. We are on the record. Today's date is January 8th, 2025. It's approximately 10:01 in the morning. Wednesday, January 8th. Guys, if you would be so kind to please identify yourselves for purpose of the record.
Kelsey Siegler for the state.
Mackenzie Watson for the state.
Colin Evans for the defense.
And I have a Miss Castillo who's on the docket. The case is 228 days old. I'm going to allow you to go, Mr. Evans, please.
So, Judge, I substituted in on this case several months ago. Her previous lawyer had not done much work, but I immediately requested discovery. I have issued a subpoena in this case for personnel records for a Deputy Joel Martinez, who was the arresting officer. I was provided with a Brady disclosure and some follow-up documents on several suspensions that he has had. One of the suspensions came from failure to perform duty, which, according to the department policies, the failure to perform a duty is an employee who may be deemed negligent or incompetent and fails to assume responsibility or exercise diligence, intelligence, and interest in the discharge of duties. We've got other suspensions for failing to write reports on time. Basically just a pattern of conduct from this officer. I want his personnel file to see if there's other issues that he's had that may not have risen to the level of a suspension according to the sheriff's office policies. I have found in other cases where.
How do you have what you have now?
The state has provided that. The district attorney's office. The sheriff's office has not provided me with the records of the subpoena.
Do you know if they are in possession of any other records?
It's my understanding that yes, they are, but they're working on getting it together.
Do you have an idea of when? Have they reached out to you to let you know? Have you reached out to them? State, what do you know?
So Morgan did her due diligence. We've reached out to Alma Martinez, who's in charge of all disclosures at the office. My understanding is once we do that, and then she says there's nothing else, there's not really anything else we could do. We did show or share all of the disclosures that we do have, all the documents. And further with the subpoena issues, we're still.
We did subpoena her to come today, right?
It was still in progress as of January 6th, the subpoena.
We weren't quite sure who to subpoena from my conversation with Morgan, because we've been in contact with the paralegal from the Harris County Sheriff's Office. And we have asked who we should subpoena in this case. And
who's in charge of, who's the custodian of personnel files?
And that's something that we're still trying.
Yeah, we don't know who that person is.
And if I may, Judge, at the last setting, you asked the prosecutor to subpoena someone from the sheriff's office legal department.
And she was in the process of doing that subpoena on the 6th. So was that Monday? Yeah.
The only thing I can tell you is that if you want to set this case for trial, set it for trial. And if you don't get what you asked for, then, hey, but I don't know. We've gone round and round with them. I mean, there's got to be another file, I would imagine, right?
Right, Your Honor, but all that we can do is really reach out to Alma Martinez. And then if she doesn't have anything, then
who's this person?
She just works with the office. She's like in charge of all the disclosure databases and tells us if there's other.
She works with the Harris County Sheriff's Office?
No, with the DA's office.
The DA's office. Okay, so do you want to find out who the proper person to subpoena is, and we can try to find and get them here?
I've subpoenaed the sheriff's office, the custodian of records, for these records that I'm looking for.
Did you put like a date certain for them to be here?
December 19th.
To be here.
Show up. They're still under the subpoena. And you asked the state to get.
To our knowledge, when I'm looking at the subpoena sent out, it just says to contact defense counsel. It does not actually ask for anything specific to be sent to him. So maybe that's why no action has been taken on the
I
subpoena
think
yet.
maybe you're not looking at the attachment.
Show me the subpoena that you have, Colin. Or is it uploaded in the system here that I can?
Not seeing any attachment. Oh, I see it.
I will say we sent subpoena.
So I don't think that this is, Colin, the subpoena that you did, you put custodian of records, employee unknown. So they're going to be like, oh, if you put someone's name on it, we got to find out who it is. I have no idea. But if you put someone's name on there, whoever the custodian is.
I think that's what the clerk's office put on the subpoena that they generate. And then on my attachment, there's
got to be a name to attach to it so that we can hold someone accountable. I don't know. I'm
Sheriff, I mean, they've got multiple people, from what I understand, that handle records with their entire department. And so they can designate who should be taking care of it.
How am I going to do a show cause on, you know what I mean? I need a name so I can do a show cause. So let's do this. I'll set you a week or a couple days to next week. Can you try to look into whoever the custodian of records is for that?
I've been trying, Judge. They've not returned the call. My paralegal called multiple times.
Then just set up a trial. And if they're not producing the records that you say that exist, then we'll handle it in drug.
Okay. I need to discuss that with my client, but.
And we have 2 offers on there. And again, just for the record, we'll say the state did all that we.
He can't do anything with, he needs to make an informed decision. You can't do that until you have everything in.
Right. Yes, Your Honor. I'll just say for the record that for the state that we did all that we could. This seems like it's a sheriff's issue, not to put blame on them, but we did all that we were supposed to do. So we're trying to get the information. We share what we have.
Person to subpoena. If they don't show up, then I'll have a show cause hearing. I have no problems doing that. But who do I show cause now? Show me who. Show me. I'll do it. I have no problems.
To me, this is a 39 issue at this point. You know how old the case is. So
I'm not holding it against you.
And again, I stepped in, midstream here,
but I need to know who. And if they don't comply, then we'll show cause them here.
They can help me figure out who it is, because the sheriff's office isn't calling us back.
We will keep defense informed on any further communications that we have.
Because I will get a subpoena out today.
Who do we reach out to? Let me think about it as well. Okay. And then let's set it for early next week. Or you need at least 10 days or the 14 for the subpoena to go out. But if you can get a name attached to it, and I'll reach out to my staff as well to see, if they have any ideas as well as to who. Okay.
All right.
All right. Of course.
No before recess.
Yes. Seal point, retain. Next time, who'd like next time?
Plea, Your Honor. Yes. Hi, Joseph.
Good morning.
How are you, man?
How are you?
Good, thanks.
Cervantes.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Cervantes. Sir, you were charged with driving while intoxicated. It's elevated to a Class A misdemeanor because of the high blow. You are facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. You guys have worked out an agreement where they're offering you 3 days in jail with credit for the 1 day that you've done. You need to understand that you are making a lifetime decision right now. This DWI is going to go on your record. It's going to be there for the rest of your life. It's even there after you die. This is important because if you ever get pulled over in a car, the first thing officers do is they look at your record. If they see a prior DWI and they come to you and they smell alcohol, what's the big probability of something happening? What do you think?
They can arrest me.
Right.
And possibly deport me.
That's what I'm saying. So if I were you, I would never, ever, even if you've had a sip of alcohol, get into a car and drive because you were taking a humongous risk. Do you understand?
Yes.
You give up a lot of rights by entering the disagreement. You give up the right to a trial, right to compel witnesses to testify on your behalf, confront and cross-examine your accusers. If you are not a citizen, there are possible immigration consequences. You can be deported, excluded from the country, denied naturalization. You give up the right to appeal. Once you plead guilty, it will go on your record and you can never take it off. Is this what you want to do?
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm guilty.
I'm going to find you guilty. I will sentence you to the agreement. I'll sentence you to 3 days in jail, credit for 1. I am going to suspend your license for 90 days, sir. Do not drive until you get a license. What do you do for a living, sir?
Cleaning carpets, shampooing carpets.
What kind of money do you make a month?
$6,000.
Okay, there is a fine and fee that you'll be required to pay because you're not indigent. So he's got to pay the fine and fee. It is a $3,000 surcharge that you're going to be required to pay, but I will make it 2 years for you to pay. You need to understand, if you pick up another DWI, it is a $6,000 surcharge that you will be required to pay, not to mention court costs. So you will roll out here, if you pick up another one, at least $6,000 to $7,000. You need to understand one more thing, because this is a conviction on your record. From now on, you are facing a minimum of 30 days in jail for any cases that you pick up here. You do that kind of jail time and you're not in this country with permission. Hope you understand what happens. I'll waive the court costs, okay? But, all right, good luck to you, sir. Yeah, so waive the court, but it's, yeah.
Council for recess.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to investigate. Thanks for coming.
Go ahead and put total. Yes. Okay, there you go.
Did someone look at the video of us the last time? Sure, that's okay. I was trying to next to them.
I did not have any, like, anything like requested either.
You need to start.
Appreciate it. More important, and the video says the reason for the stop is speaking. So I don't think your call is being honest. Within anything, it's obviously not speaking. Not that well. I had that cases like that tell you what it is.
Oh, yes,
But I've actually told you. But I should trust you though. I would remember it if I told you something.
I just don't think I was listening to you. Okay, anyway.
That's all. I was pretty good. So you were talking about what? That's the first time I've opened and then changed it up in a professional setting. Let's go.
Yes. All right, I got you.
On November 27th.
Yes. If you're ready back. And then the
All right, so yes, this is actually.
They're gonna call you.
Yeah, I mean.
So just explain those, yeah, so that's why. What's the last name? No, sir, what do y'all say?
I wanted to look at that one at that pleas, Sanchez down. No, no, she would jump in. She was a leader and jumped in. She's a good chief that she is.
Oh, wow, whatever you need.
Say one time.
Did you know anyone else?
Same date, same request.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm assuming he was talking about
Okay.
the year.
I can say it on the side.
Okay, and then we wanted it, so it's August. Okay, so what did you want? We can't do the crash.
No, there's no PC.
I'm thinking about Villegas.
It's not, there's no way that's to start the power on, or no further steps to start or operate the vehicle.
So how did we get, they just went to the crash on PCM?
No one saw him. They just said that car was there. He wasn't operating the vehicle. He was just seeing the vehicle, no further steps. No one can identify the operation.
How'd they get in contact with you?
The officer went to sleep in the vehicle.
So you sleeping, where, in the passenger seat? The car was not? Is his key in there? Well, push starts.
This judgment was going to find PC.
Here is the case check. It says there was an accident that was reported.
Yeah, that's why I don't know what to do.
Yeah, accident reported, I'm not saying.
The Mr. Bates said he was driving the vehicle in the OR.
Yeah, this is an operation. I think that's more of a.
You guys think so? Yeah, I'll take you. No, I mean, we've already.
Yeah.
Oh shit, it's a high blood and a crash. Yikes.
You guys feel the same.
Only you were here first. Sorry.
There's always one.
Okay.
Trying to see if you got
Yeah.
Oh, if anyone look at.
No, it's still pending, dang. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Anything else?
That's it.
Cool. Hello. Yeah.
It's an older one. People covering your iPad? Yeah. Yes.
Just get
People like me. Hispanics or what?
So, just people that look at it.
Their arts and talk say that way.
I don't get my trade secrets.
He's using Clear Watch.
In my case, my case is better than yours.
I use my case as well. I got a few before he got that. I saw that.
Yeah.
Someone stole it.
Let's see.
I want to see what the next thing is. Figure it's taking or something.
Yeah.
She was working for a gentleman, she was serving her, transfer service. She worked for 2 months, she just hired.
What is your telephone service?
It's not.
We talked about this. It is not more service. She is saying this 3 times a month.
Someone came to grab that. So she's.
8 lives with 40 minutes.
Was working a job. So she was working for months. She's like, she thought it was. That was she's back. I haven't inquired.
Interesting. That's a whole issue.
And it's not all.
Yeah, I mean, now.
I don't know.
How did she think it was resolved?
She's in custody.
7 didn't believe me.
Most people would never do it.
Yeah.
So she's, I suspect she thinks she's in jail. That's really it, bro. That's a whole she's in jail. So, she's
Hey, come on out. Hi. Who do you have?
You're on Brian Varela.
Varela, okay.
Order in the court, please.
I guess it's old, that's why.
Yeah, so just 171 days old.
Okay. Where are we headed?
We're still waiting on blood.
Parks and Wildlife is the agency, so I've been giving the DA's office some room because they're telling me they're having trouble getting it.
Alex, what's the word? Thunderbird's
Name, I apologize.
Varela?
Varela. VAR, but that's what it is.
Council for recess?
Man, everything's taking forever lately.
Wildlife, and I just stepped down the hall and made a call, but apparently that agency can take longer than others. And apparently that agency can take longer than others to.
You got to get the blood to, I mean, the blood needs to get there immediately. You can't just hold on to it because there's issues then. So I got to imagine they probably turned it in rapidly. It's not, they're not the ones who are going to do the analysis. It's the,
Yeah, so listen, back in, July was back whenever it was submitted, and we're just waiting on the actual results of the analysis, but it was submitted back in July. So that agency, I guess, is just taking a while to perform the analysis and get us back the results.
cool, because it usually goes to just one agency, the Houston Forensic Center, right? But they're not going to do the analysis. Parks and Wildlife not going to do it. I can't imagine that Parks and Wildlife has the equipment to do something like that.
It appears they submitted to the DPS crime laboratory, so we'd have to reach out to them directly and see what's a hold of it.
Do that. Let's set it up a week.
Okay,
We'll reach out to them.
reach out to
say, hey, man,
DPS and
do
see.
you actually have it?
Yes, Judge.
Analyze it, where we at, and then let's come back in a week and see, huh?
Yes,
And I'll
Judge.
weigh the appearance. Okay, for sure.
How much time is that, Judge?
A week, please. Okay, Herman. Hey, bud. Yes, 3.
I'll be brief.
Haven't seen you in a while.
Oh, yeah, how you been? You know, we're in the carpool with Fina.
How are you?
Yeah.
They're great.
Yeah, they're great. One of
Yeah, I like them a lot.
my daughter goes to school with his daughter.
Oh, nice.
You guys went to high school and everything together. That's funny.
Yeah, I still keep up with the brother.
Yeah.
Still hang out with him, you know?
Nice.
30 years.
Yeah. I got,
Who's first?
let's try Fetofino. That'll be the easiest one. They're going to evaluate
You said Ferrofino?
Fetofino, yeah. I can say it more with an Italian accent, maybe.
I mean, it's not old. Herman, I don't care unless it's old.
Don't shoot the messengers on the next one. Sanchez de Armas.
Okay?
Asked for an evaluation, but no one's actually seen the video.
It's only 150.
Cool.
We'll
Same
give
for
time.
Vegas then?
Okay, but it's 150, so let's do 2 weeks for you guys to eval it.
Yes, Judge.
And then at that time, come back. If they don't want it, we need to know what you guys want to do, whether
Absolutely.
PTI or what.
Yes, sir.
whatnot.
Fair enough.
Yes. So on
Fetofino's due just in case.
Ferrofino, just a normal reset because it's early.
Can I do a walkthrough just in case since he's already here? Because it's going to be a mitigation if.
Yeah, of course. Sure. Do you want to, on Sanchez, you want to do it? too? No? Got it. Okay. On Sanchez, 2 weeks, state to eval. You have another one.
Vegas, same thing.
Villegas, same thing. State to eval, 2 weeks. We're going to come back for both and Villegas. When we come back, they'll do what they want to do. And then if not, then, yeah, okay. Have fun. man.
Council for recess?
Hi, Marcos. How are you, man?
Good, man. Good, sir. Sorry.
Tell me what's going on.
Gonzalez Hernandez is who we're on, Judge.
Okay.
He's done mitigation, TRAS and everything. We're just waiting on it.
Wait, where we at?
Waiting on PTI approval. We had submitted stuff.
Alex, what say you?
Trying to see what the last correspondence was.
Did you just submit it?
No, we had submitted it. I'm trying to remember.
If you just submitted, then I would have given them time, but if it's been a while, then I'm going to jump on, you know.
So it looks like the last email we have from Nathan was back in November, and we don't have any follow-up in regard to any issues he may have had with the approval process. So, and then as you know, Nathan's no longer here.
So I guess let's set it for a week.
Oh, with Bernadette?
Bernadette.
Yeah. Can you don't mind?
No, I'll follow.
Yeah.
No problem.
And then I'll keep it waived.
Okay, I'll follow Bernadette. Thank you, Judge. Appreciate it. Thanks, man.
Sorry, I'm calling, give me a second then. Yes, this is Judge Fleischer from Court 5. Can you tell Colin that I need to talk to him, please? He was in here earlier and I just thought a couple things and I need to talk to him.
Counsel,
Please. He can call me on this number. This is my cell phone. Do you have it? He can either come here or just call me, whatever he wants. Doesn't matter, but I just I need to talk to him if you don't mind. Okay. Did it come up on the caller ID? Okay, give me a second. Treya. No, it's calling her. Treya, not Treya. Run a train.
Okay. Judge, hi. We're approaching on James Schwartz. The DA is going to go try some ribs, right?
Shorts.
Yes. I have to approach just because of the age of the case. It's my second setting. I know.
Do you want to try real quick?
Yes, that was my plan.
Okay, go for it. Can you get a sec?
Yes. I'll wait. Just for you, Judge.
Good luck. How are you?
Doing well. Good to see you, Your Honor.
Jamila, what you got?
Erica Angel, Jay's docket. She's it's an older case.
Yes.
So
it's really, really old. Do we
arrested for this and then subsequently reported? She was confused as to.
You say she was deported?
Yes. She arrived in the United States at the age of 4 in the Dallas area, and it was not.
It doesn't matter. Where are we going? Essentially is what.
I've spoken with the chief and we've come up with a PTI for her to complete in order to have the case dismissed.
What are the requirements?
She's going to have to write a letter describing what occurred and also take a class in community service.
Okay. How long do you want?
Only 30 days?
Okay.
PTI?
PTI.
Yes.
And then because of age is, and I mean, if you're telling me that's what it is, I trust you, right? Because I just don't know. Come up, ma'am. He's really secured you a great deal. This is the type of case that can really ruin just anything, really. So this is a way that if you complete it successfully here, it'll get dismissed. But I'm not giving you a lot of time just because the case is nearly, it's nearly 800 days old. So what we'll do is we'll set you off 30 days. Everything must be completed by that time. Do you understand? Can you get it done?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you ever have any issues, he's great and, he'll contact you. You can always come back here and talk to us, but there's not much that you have to do really. Okay. Okay, guys. All right. So I'm not going to waive it at the next setting. She's got to be back if she hasn't completed it, and then we'll go from there. All right.
Done before then.
Okay, thanks. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Judge, were there going to be any bond conditions?
Yeah, where's it from? Thank you, Victoria. I forgot.
It appears to be just a private title transfer between her and the complainant.
So I guess I'll just do no contact with the complaining witness then.
Yes. Anybody else?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Okay, so you're not to have contact with the complaining witness in this case, okay? I know, just, yeah, okay, all right. They'll file the conditions, we'll have you sign, and after that, you'll be free to go, okay?
Thank you very much.
If you can file that.
Yes, Judge.
How is February 10th?
A physical person, you could speak to it.
Right.
Okay. So I have just
Scott. Scott.
Judge, how you doing today?
Have they not accepted the filing? Is that what you're saying?
I think I looked at it. It's accepted now. I just didn't get a notification that it was accepted. But it looks to be like an active case on the clerk's website.
Can I give you, Steph, do you mind?
It is an active case.
Okay, so we're good?
Judge, I just needed an approach on it. The only issue is with the interlock device. She can't go get it because the driver's license is suspended. She has an appointment on Friday to get it installed, Judge.
Okay, I guess I'll grant it when she gets it,
So she needs to take someone else, have someone else go to the facility with her, so she's not driving. Have it installed and bring proof on the 14th when you're on the docket.
Okay, that's fine. Can I approach on Friday after that?
Sure.
Or no?
Anytime.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Judge. I appreciate it. Have a good one.
Your client set on the occupations on the docket for the 14th.
Okay.
So if you can just have her here on the 14th with her proof, that'll be fine.
I'll try to get it all done on Friday if we can. She needs it to go to work, but I understand.
Just come in anytime. We can take care of it for you, Scott. Really.
All right. Thank
Not
you.
a big
I
deal.
appreciate it, Judge.
For sure.
All right.
Thanks, bud.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah. And I was really going to my mistake.
Yeah, I can check for you.
I think there's 2 spots for a stand. I think there's somebody who's not familiar with it. I didn't know these shows had to be Raise your hand.
To me, and I'll go to of course. How is March?
She did that. Oh, sorry.
On the what? Okay.
One notice.
Yeah, everything is right. We already signed the bond condition, so we have everything in here and everything else. That's before, okay, yeah. And then she needs to email me that it's cool.
I think June 7th. I think it's.
December 10th. Oh, Wednesday. January 7th. Yeah. Yeah, and then she'll tell me what she told me about. In the feet?
Oh, makes sense. Need to do it Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Like now,
The no answer. Yeah, yeah. You just put a no answer. Yeah, just say no answer. Castillo, Robert? I emailed them and got no response. Okay.
Are they on the same transaction?
The PCS is arbitration transaction statement, the harassment, the servant is arbitration transaction.
Well, I just sent them outside policy. So these are.
Okay, that's fine. That one looks like it's assessed.
Okay. I'm not sure like how many planes, like restaurants and others.
Make sure he does his work. Will, Thomas. Watch out. Watch out.
Thank you, Judge.
Not for this one. Come on.
Morning, Judge. How you doing today? Approach.
Yes, of course.
Great. I have a motion and order for investigator funds for off-docket case in your queue.
Doesn't matter. I'll sign it.
Rick, do you need the cause number?
No, just haven't put it in the queue and I'll sign it.
Thank you.
Of course.
Good to see you, Judge.
Drea.
Judge, that short case, or we need some more time to get a hold of complainant.
I didn't hear you.
It's the old case, Shorts. from
Shorts.
2021.
Oh, did any luck?
No luck, Your Honor.
Of course not. So where do we go from here?
I don't know. Do you want to set up a trial? Do you want to just wait? Do you want to?
Do you have a feeling that you're never going to get in touch with them? Do you think?
I don't have much of a feeling either way.
Right. I mean, that's the only other thing to think. Is there a minimum time you need for investigator? Do you know? No. Alex, do you know? Like when you send it to an investigator to find a complaining witness, is there a certain amount of time? Like, you know, when you do translations, takes 90 days, whatnot.
Usually for investigators, they get back to us within 1 or 2 weeks. They usually pretty quick about when we put the task, especially if we talk to them directly, we can ask them to expedite it if we need to.
Right. Can you do that? Do you mind with this case with Shorts?
Yes.
Okay. So let's do that. We'll set it off 2 weeks, you know, but then that's it because we got to say when at some point. Okay. Do you have an offer on the case now?
No, Judge, we don't.
So between now and then by the next setting, if you don't mind, please. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Hi, Will.
Hey, Judge, how are you?
Saw that you signed on.
Yes, I was approaching to get the
Great.
motion filed or signed.
I signed it already for you.
Okay.
Um,
I'm trying to get it on docket for tomorrow.
Is Amy here? We can talk about it now. You want to?
I'm sure, yeah.
I mean, are you requesting a bond?
Yes.
Of course, I can't do anything if I was to grant one without him being here. So we can talk about it now and then go from there. Do you know who's here?
Yes, I do. Dave specifically wanted to come up for this one. I will say just now, since we're talking about the bond, the demanding jurisdiction did say that they're trying to pick him up tomorrow. I know Dave will probably go into more stuff, but
We're picking them up tomorrow.
that's their plan. They've made arrangements.
So, well,
We probably shouldn't put them on docket tomorrow.
right. So here's the deal. You know, we have so many people here from Louisiana. It's ridiculous. So we have buses literally coming once to, if not twice a week for people, usually on Tuesdays and another day. So when we have people going back to Louisiana, they're usually here for no more than 3 days after they waive. So
Okay, so it shouldn't.
the problem is that depending on what happens in Louisiana, if they hold him there for a while, you need to be careful because then Harris County may revoke the bond here for whatever cases he has, and then the reverse exact situation happens there. So, yeah, well, that's what happens with these fugitive cases. It's always messy. So just whoever's representing him upstairs, is it you?
Yeah, that's why I signed on to the case down here because I have them upstairs.
So I don't know how, I'm just telling you, be wary.
Okay.
Be wary of that. So,
Well, I'll hold off on putting them on docket.
if they're going to come tomorrow, then we'll,
Maybe you want to put him on the 10th? Is that this?
Friday.
If they don't come, then we can talk about bond them?
what do you think?
How confident are we that they're coming tomorrow?
They
If
just,
it's like sometime this week, I won't put them on Friday either, you know?
the sergeant working at the transportation just told me that they're planning to transfer him tomorrow, weather permitting.
Weather permitting.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be awful weather tomorrow.
What?
It's supposed to be awful weather.
What are you talking about?
It's rain. Cold.
What? With this cold?
Yeah, all day long. Rain.
Damn, is it gonna snow?
No, there's a line. So North Texas, some parts of the hill country, lots of snow, but down here just wet, cold.
Jay says he'll be up in 10 minutes too, so. Gonna wait for him.
Yeah, I'll come back.
Justin.
It's John.
Always a pleasure. How are you, man?
The pleasure is mine. I have Mr. Acevedo. He's present, and we had a talk this morning. I think maybe he may be interested in the family redirect, but I need to go. He needs to check with his job. And
are they okay with it? Without, yeah.
Talk to Chief yet about.
I mean, I didn't protest when you said it. So, if that's not an option, then
I don't know. I mean,
let's go ahead and set it.
Never hurts to ask.
I mean, they didn't object when you made the recommendation last time that you.
I don't know. You tell me. Whatever you want.
Give me 3 days, I'll have an answer for you. And then I can, if they don't want to go with that redirect, I'll set it.
Brady, you're getting closer to your trial, you know?
Okay. Then Judge,
how about
set it and I come to an agreement? Great. If not, we can just try it.
You really want to do that?
No. But you're telling me you're close to your trial. And I do know like I told you, I've tried to clear the rest of my trial schedule. I was just in trial for a month. And
what'd you try?
Aggravated robbery. So,
is this coming up? Is this a death capital or non-death?
So I have a death case that's set. And so I've tried to clear my entire schedule from now until March. Because I will just keep filing continuances. I've told every judge, I put in every motion for continuance.
Well, talk to Kelsey, see what she's amenable to. If nothing, then, you know.
Okay, I just take it.
Hi, Owen.
Yeah.
Come on up.
So you have an arraignment on your docket this morning. Last name is Castillo. First name is Roberto.
Did we do it already? Okay. Oh, and you ready?
I am.
Okay. Roberto Castillo, come up.
I've been in Montgomery County this morning, so I'm so late.
That's okay. You're not late. Good morning, Mr. Castillo. Sir, you stand charged with the offense of driving while intoxicated. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
So on January 1st, 2025, at approximately 4 a.m., the officer observed a vehicle traveling eastbound on FM 2920 in Harris County, Texas. The vehicle pulled into a parking lot and then exited the parking lot onto another roadway in an attempt to avoid the officer's patrol vehicle. The officer initiated a traffic stop on Tomball Parkway, and upon contact with the defendant, the driver and sole occupant of the vehicle, the officer observed glossy red eyes, slurred speech, odor of alcoholic beverage, and the defendant stated he had a six-pack of beer approximately 4 hours prior. Standard field sobriety tests were conducted, HGN 6 out of 6, walk and turn 6 out of 8, one leg stand 3 out of 4. The defendant was read the DIC and refused breath. A blood search warrant was signed and executed.
What was the stop for?
Allow me to read the DIMS, Your Honor, to see if he specified. So according to the officer, the vehicle pulled into a parking lot and then exited in an attempt to navigate away, and the vehicle crossed through the parking lot onto another roadway. And that appears to be all the officer put in the DIMS.
Tell me what he did wrong. What code, what transportation code has he violated? What ordinance, statute? Give me something. I mean, I can give you a little bit of time if you
Give
want.
some more time, Your Honor, so I can look at
Can you
this.
give me 5-10 minutes, Owen?
Sorry, Judge, I have other cases in buildings.
Okay.
I agree with the court. Even if they allege that he was attempting to, if he cut across, there is a violation for cutting across in order to avoid a traffic control device, but they didn't allege that. all they've got is him turning into a parking lot and then back onto another street. So that's not a law violation.
It's like 10 minutes and we can.
Yep, go to
Thank
it.
you.
All right. Just take a seat. Don't leave. And then when you come back, we'll finish.
Yeah. Yeah.
Joe, she's amenable to letting me go down here. I just needs to check with his job. So if I can come back.
Done. Yes. All right. Thanks, Justin. It's like playing, what was that one, remember that one game show back in the 70s? I can name that tune in 5 notes. That was a great show. I used to like that. I always watched as a kid. Yeah. What was it called again? Do you remember? Name that tune. Name that tune. That was a great show. All those old school shows.
But it was, they had one similar where you had a computer. It was like an app. Shazam, yeah.
I never heard of that one. You mean like the app when it must have been when the app first came out?
Yeah. It was, but it was similar to Name That Tune. You just had to. They needed before the computer came. Right. So
I mean, that's hard. How are you going to do that? I mean, really?
There's some people out there that's all.
Yeah, I guess so.
You know, there's a lot of us that have a lot of useless.
That's right.
Useless knowledge.
I loved all those old school games like the Gong Show, Press Your Luck. Man, all those shows are so sick.
No wins, no wins.
What was that other one with Chuck Woolery? Remember that? That was a great show.
He did a lot of. Yeah, he did Wheel of Fortune before.
That was a great show too.
Council for reset.
It starts with those 3 days, right? That would be something that's the judge.
Yes, ma'am.
It's on Daniel Lopez. He's a case provider.
You got appointed on a KPS profile?
No, it was Alan's case, and he's still attached.
Oh, well, then let's yeah.
Yes.
Wow, he just picked up an ag assault. Saw that, huh?
Christopher Duran.
We had a lot of issues with him, Lori. Many issues.
You have an arraignment on page 19.
No, you can be on probation.
Go straight through.
All right, bring it.
All right, page 19, Lopez, come on up.
Good morning, Mr. Lopez. Sir, you were charged with theft. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
On December 31st, 2024, an officer was dispatched to HEB in Harris County, Texas regarding a shoplift that had just occurred. The officer made contact with the complainant. The complainant is the manager of the HEB and observed the defendant Diaz and defendant Lopez walk through selecting merchandise and place items inside of a red HEB bag and communicate with one another and place items inside backpacks they came inside the store with and roll up the red HEB bag and place it on the bottom rack of the cart. Defendant Lopez paid for 3 items left in the cart. Defendant Diaz went inside the bathroom and reemerged after defendant Lopez paid for the items. Neither defendant attempted to pay for the items in the backpacks or the red HEB bag. The complainant locked the produce exit doors and attempted to confront the defendants. The defendants split up with respective backpacks. Defendant Lopez carried the red HEB bag and the defendants ran from the store management and security in opposite directions. Defendant Lopez was identified by his name and date of birth.
Okay. Mr. Lopez, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. The co-defendant is the co-defendant in our court?
We had him last week.
He's in here? Okay. I'm ordering you as a condition of your bond not to go to any HEB. Do you understand? If I find that you go to any HEB, if I find that you pick up a new case, if I find you have contact with the co-defendant, I'm going to revoke the bond, put you in jail. No more PR bonds. Do you understand?
Sure.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I'm currently looking for a job. Yeah.
I'll have you fill out an application for an appointed lawyer. I am ordering you as a condition of your bond not to consume alcohol or illegal drugs as well. If I find that you're using, it's not going to go well. Do you understand?
Sure.
All right. I already have an application on file. I'm going to have you take a seat in the jury box. We're going to try to find your lawyer here momentarily, Mr. Lopez.
Right this way.
Or, Mr. Lopez, I need you to sign a reset first.
What inside here? We said.
I'm a Darix.
Okay.
ALNDARIZ.
Oh.
ALAN.
Do you need me to tell you?
All right.
On
I got it. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't hear the errors.
So he's also on felony probation, so no weapons as well. Okay, please. Jesse.
Good morning, Judge.
Hey, bud. How are you?
His appearance was waived today, Judge, on Amadaris.
Okay.
The second guy in the state's made the generous offer of time served, which I think we're going to take when we get back. You don't do that.
Not in the second. Sorry.
Okay.
Probation, yay, but not in the second.
All right,
Sorry.
then let's see what we have to do.
I mean, they reduced it to a first, you know, but not on the second. Sorry.
All right, so let me do an evaluation on it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Judge, how much time are you?
But it's, I mean, how much time do you want? Because it's already nearly 180 now.
All right. Just give me till February, first week of February, the 4th.
Okay. But at that time, it's plea or trial. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thanks.
Required appearance. Minutes that are offered.
Ms. Watson, you filed a motion to amend the information or indictment. Did you let defense know that you've done this?
Yes, I let him know. And then in court 8, we have this stamp that we use that I'll put on the original.
Hey.
So.
Okay, sorry.
We have a stamp that we use that has the language for it further.
Sure, but I just want to make sure that they're unopposed, that they know about it.
They're unopposed. Yes, I spoke to him today.
Got it. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right.
Did they answer Yeah.
Yeah, I've done it.
You wanna
She did one also.
Yeah, the facts.
It's yelling at me with the transfer states.
But I saw the brain.
Yeah, no, and I already read it, just tell me what's going on. They said I show like it's a holiday. But like, I wouldn't do anything on it. I could fix it. I did.
Are we ready? Okay.
Yes, sir. It's a plea, DWI. You need the clause number?
Yes, I do.
Sure. Law says 253-0471. Thank you, Judge.
Are you gonna do him right after?
Khalil Perez, come up. You have more than one or just?
Well, the other one, they're not ready on yet, so we'll hold it off on the fugitive issue.
Oh, okay, got it. All right.
Steven was checking to see if we're ready.
Charged with driving while intoxicated. Shh. You are facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. You have worked out an agreement where they're offering you 2 days in jail with credit for the 2 days that you have done. You are pleading guilty to this offense now, and it is going on your record. Is it a 0.15 or above?
Yes.
Is it true or untrue that you had a 0.15 or above breath alcohol concentration, Mr. Khalil Perez?
Yes.
You need to understand that by this going on your record, it's going to be there for the rest of your life. Whenever you get pulled over by an officer, the first thing they're going to look at your criminal history. If they see that you have a prior DWI and then they come to your car and they smell alcohol, it's very possible things will not go very well for you. If I were you, even if you've had a sip of alcohol, I would not get into a car and drive because it could cost you a lot. From now on, you are facing a minimum of 90 days in jail for a DWI that you may pick up. No more proverbial slaps on the wrist. Do you understand?
Yes.
You need to understand that you also give up many valuable rights by entering into this agreement. You give up the right to a trial, right to compel witnesses to testify on your behalf, confront and cross-examine your accusers. If you are not a citizen, there are possible immigration consequences. You can be deported, excluded from the country, denied naturalization under federal law. You also give up the right to appeal. Once you plead guilty, it will go on your record and you can never take it off. This is what you want to do.
Yes.
How do you plead to the offense of driving while intoxicated? Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
I will find you guilty, send you to the 2 days in jail, give you credit for the 2 days that you've done. I am now going to suspend your license for 90 days. Do not drive. If you drive and you get pulled over, it's on a possible suspended license, and it's just like a DWI, Class B misdemeanor. Tell me about the fee.
Judge, I'm appointed on this case.
What does he do for a living?
I'll be straight with you, Judge. I didn't inquire a lot about that.
Remodeling.
What kind of money do you make a month?
¿Qué clase de dinero gana? ¿Qué tanto te gana usted mensual?
3,200 mensuales.
3,200 monthly.
You need to understand, Mr. Khalil Perez, that I want you to understand that DWI is big business in the United States. And there are surcharges that DPS puts on your license when you plead guilty to these offenses. A DWI second, there is a surcharge of $6,000, not to mention court costs. So if you pick up another one, you could be very well facing up to around $7,000 in fines and fees. $20, an Uber, $30 will take you wherever you want to go. If you want to get loaded, if you want to have 15 beers, 32 shots of tequila, take an Uber. Everybody is allowed to make a mistake in life. But when you continue to make mistakes where you endanger other people's lives, we only have one place for you. Do you understand?
Yes.
I will waive your fines and fees now, but if you come back, get ready because it's not going to be a good ride. Good luck. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Judge. Thank you.
Judge, I have another case.
So it's 4,500 plus whatever for costs are to waive. 45, yeah, it's true to the enhancement. So when you have a class A, because of the 0.15 or above, it kicks it up to $4,500. Okay.
Judge, I have a Mr. Angel Ventura on today's docket. Case is kind of old.
Okay.
The reason I'm approaching is because I've talked to him about a potential plea that we have in place. He's got concerns, and I need to get an immigration consult. I haven't been able to get it completed by today. I'm asking for another short reset to get that done.
I'll give you a week. It's 180 days. If he doesn't have it done by that time, then, but advise him that he needs to make the appointment and everything today. Don't wait till the day before to reach out to an immigration lawyer.
Understood, Judge. I'll reset it 1 week. Okay, appreciate it. Thanks, buddy.
I'm not ready.
Okay.
Hey, Judge. Todd Miller. We have a plea.
Okay, I'm ready when you are.
I got his, he had an ankle monitor and I got that waived, but there was an issue with the back pay. For some reason, it wasn't waived to begin with.
Guys, I see he's got a felony warrant.
Well, there wasn't one. I checked about an hour ago. Okay.
He's on probation for credit card abuse, picks up this assault, and I'm looking now, there's a felony warrant for an assault on a security officer, assault of a peace officer.
That case has already been opened. He's been.
I remember it being open. I remember that we've had issues with this, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Regardless, I mean, we're going to do this now. It's just that if there's an open warrant, I'm going to have to take you into custody. I don't know. It appears to be so, but the computer's been wrong before. Yeah. Take your time. No rush. Mr. Miller, you're charged with assault, bodily injury. You are facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. You guys have worked out an agreement. They're offering you 4 days in jail with credit for the 4 days that you've done. You need to understand that by pleading guilty to this offense, there are consequences that may arise. If you're on probation or parole, this can be used against you, which would result in further confinement. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Do you still want to go forward with this?
Judge, we'd like to see you check with the warrant. I mean, if he's going to be going in, and we may want to hold off on the plea today.
Okay, it's up to you here.
Who is issued to the judge? Who is issued to the warrant himself? It's weird because when I looked earlier this morning, because I knew he had bond violations here. The reason you're here now is because you have bond violations, right? And when I looked earlier, there was no warrant. Yeah. And when I just pulled it up now to look, a warrant has been issued. They issued a warrant 8 minutes ago.
Okay.
And we don't does this give a reason why?
Bond condition violation.
There you go.
Okay.
Mr. Miller, when you're on bond, there are conditions that you must follow. And when you don't, There are consequences.
As of right this moment, it is not current, it is sitting on the judge's thing to be signed.
He's saying it's.
They issued it at the clerks, but it hasn't been signed, so
That's where I'm seeing it, but it's not showing up in Jim's as of this thing.
I need to know what you want to do. Do you want to go forward with this plea or do you want to?
Will he be going into custody because he hasn't been signed yet?
He's got bond violations with me. He's on probation, picks up a case, now he picks up a felony case. He's got bond violations with me.
Yes, but if we do the plea here, the bond violations are.
Yeah, if you do the plea, then you do the plea. It's up to you guys.
Signed
Yeah,
yet. Okay.
if it's not signed, no, because we can't do anything to.
Well, here, what I will do is I will just verify, just to make sure if he can be able to, I will just call in.
I would just be, Mr. Miller, see, you're skirting a very thin line, man. You know, you tell me what you want to do.
Well, if he can leave today, I think that's what you'd like to do is take the.
If we do the plea and she hasn't signed it, I have nothing to hold him. But you need to understand that it may at some point happen. So
He does have court for this case, that the felony case next week. So that would give him some time to get something set up with a bondsman and get something worked out.
I don't know. So do you still want to go through with this, Mr. Miller? So yes? Okay. So you were charged with assault, bodily injury. You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. You guys have worked out an agreement where they're offering you 4 days in jail, credit for the 4 days that you've done. Understand that, like I told you, there are a lot of rights that you're giving up. You're giving up the right to a trial, right to compel witnesses to testify on your behalf, confront and cross-examine your accusers. If you're not a citizen, there are possible immigration consequences. You can be deported, excluded from the country, denied naturalization under federal law. You give up the right to appeal. Once you plead guilty, you can never take this back. Will go on your record and it's going to be there forever. From now on, you're facing a minimum of 90 days in jail. Do you understand? If you're on probation or parole, you also need to understand that by pleading guilty to this, they can revoke that probation or parole and it can result in further confinement. Do you understand? Do you still want to do this? Okay. How do you plead to the offense of assault, bodily injury, guilty or not guilty? I'm going to find you guilty. I will follow the agreement, sentence you to 4 days in jail. I will give you credit for the 4 days that you've done. I will roll your court costs so you won't know anything. And good luck to you, sir. Hey, ready? Come on up.
Judge, I'm just approaching quickly from Mr. Paco Baltazar. He's on docket today.
Okay.
Judge, it was a PTI disposition setting today. Mr. Baltazar has already satisfied all the conditions of his PTI. The only issue is I did not have him sign the PTI contract. It needs.
Is he here?
Records. He isn't. I told him since he got it.
Right.
The state did say that they are going to just upload it to the portal and we could just email it to them today.
You want to set it like a week?
No, I was just saying maybe till Friday, Judge, just in case he doesn't get back.
Let's do Monday.
Okay.
Okay, because Fridays are arraignment days and so it's really tough. So I'll set it to Monday. If it's not done by Monday, it's got to be here.
Got to be here. Yes, sir. But the state already said once they get it, they'll just dismiss it.
Right, and it's been uploaded and shared, so it's
perfect.
On top of page 3, roll it to Monday, please, because he hasn't signed the agreement. They'll do it off docket and then they'll dismiss off docket. So, but if he doesn't have it done, then defendant must be here Monday. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Of course. Thanks. You too. Hi, Day. Did you send notice to Abel? Or did Abel send notice to you?
I think I can. I'm just not sure. I haven't checked.
You go, I'll go.
Okay, let me double check because I had someone come in over there the next day. So I should be able to. I'm like 99 point as many
times. Is it this or next?
This at the end of this month. So
at the end of this month. Okay.
I'll double check whenever I see April, but I'm fairly confident I'm right. I'm just not 100% sure.
Yeah, just let me know.
Yes, sir.
I'm down.
Thank you so much.
Council will reset.
So I'm gonna delete this bond violation then, huh?
For the, yeah, because I checked, the judge did sign an order, the warrant, the clerk hasn't published it yet because they're probably waiting to finish docket.
No.
Our
BVR.
Yeah.
I'm gonna delete it.
That's fine.
Yes, the warrant is there, it has not been published, so therefore they cannot verify it, so there's nothing I can.
Look, it's.
But I just advised him in front of the counselor.
You know, I would.
Will be there within a matter of.
He's gonna go, there's wall searches, they're gonna go work on game bonds, maybe, it's taken care of, so I told them to get out of here.
Careful.
Yes. No, they're gonna finish it and they publish it, and once it's published, then that warrant is full. Because if it was in here, I could have just had your uniform and said here.
Don't, just stay out of it.
No, that's why I said, but no, if it was one within the home court, I could have just handed it.
Oh, yes, right. Crazy, right?
Normally we would have sent downstairs collections, but we're just gonna do sheriff.
Well,
Does he have to go downstairs? Yes. I mean, that's a weird situation.
Yeah, that's a little
Oh my God.
We'll be approaching the corral. Okay.
Corral?
Yeah. It's got 3 cases in this court.
No.
No, but that's not one.
Mr. Mueller, you need me?
Yes. Approaching on Mr. Aiden Corral on today's docket.
With a C?
Yes.
In custody, yeah?
Yes, he's in custody now.
Okay.
So he had open warrant from his court, and then he picked up another case. Since he's been taken back into custody, he's also acquired an immigration hold. So I discussed his immigration situation, going to have an attorney from the MAC, Chun, speak to him, but doesn't look like he has a road for any type of immigration relief. So we're going to try to resolve this.
Okay, however, whatever you need. I mean, if you want a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever you want.
Hopefully we can do 2 weeks, I'm hoping.
Okay.
And so also, we don't want to have a bail review since it's moot.
Okay, done. I'll file the paperwork for you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks.
Judge, are you gonna adjust the bond amount?
Down.
Yes, out in January 30th.
So, Mr. Mueller, I'm putting that you're waiving the bail hearing, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, done.
Hey,
how are you?
Hey, Judge, I've got Kirsten Ackerman, and we're waiting on confirmation. She's already done her interview, and the issue with these Project 180s is they have this follow-up contact. And so we don't have confirmation.
Have we reset this again for the same thing?
Yes, Judge. And Kelsey's just emailed again, I think Maria Martinez, who's confirming all that. I think it's sort of like the admin person or maybe an attorney who.
Just set it for a couple of days, you think, or what?
Maybe a week, Judge. Can we do that? And I'll try to confirm via email as well.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. Can we wait for her appearance? Because we already have everything ready to go.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes.
Supervision order, so it's that's the 16th. Wait, parents?
Yes. I think she does.
No. I didn't get that email.
Okay, but I do remember.
See the fire in Malibu? See what's going on over there? Holy moly.
He's supposed to be really bad at it. He has her belongings in a storage facility, a separate.
Mark Hamill just had to evacuate his house because the fire's right there.
So that's why you give it. Also, you get the set that you want to go for. Okay. Yeah, so I said. Yeah, so hopefully that way. Yeah. He says, yeah, he said everything should be storage facilities, that everything should be. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you very much. No problem. Yes, sir.
So he also needs a conversion. So.
Yeah. I would do the. Okay. Is he coming to it or we're waiting? Okay. Just can we go over a few?
Yeah.
The 8, Cassidy, set for arraignment failed to appear first time.
2501. Easy, Tiger.
Are we holding on to this deal?
Yeah, we're waiting for Owen to get back.
Next one is. Page 21, Ramirez Vasquez, set for arraignment failed to appear first time.
Same 2501.
Page 28.
What about, wait, what about the one above it? Top of 21.
They were in custody, bonded out, so I'm using the bond. Page 28 and 29, Williamson. Set for arraignment first time.
2501 on both.
Oh. That's for
That's it?
the arraignment for now. There's still some. But also, Court 3 is asking.
Can I go there?
Yeah, Brady said they're ready.
They're ready? Anyone? Bueller?
I'm not, I mean, we're still waiting on. I was waiting on an interpreter. I got a plea, Judge, if I can. But I have to be in court today anyway, so I can just go there, come back.
Hi, Judge. How are you?
No,
You ready to do something or not?
I got a plea, he's in custody.
Okay.
See if we can bring him out.
I saw you got your assignment. Okay.
Hey, Judge, I'm approaching on Mr. Avanish Chand. He's currently in custody. It's a fugitive case. I'll see if we can bring him out. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
You were on vacation?
I was.
Nice. Staycation or you went somewhere?
No, I went to Philly. It was nice.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
City we haven't been before. We'd like to explore new places.
Philly?
It was snowing. It was nice. It was very cold. The wind made it like.
What's there to do in Philly besides look at the bell?
Lots of. We went to all the museums. We went to the Philadelphia Museum. We went to the Rodin. We went to the Barnes. That was like $23 that day. And then all the touristy stuff, the Love Sign, Philly cheesesteaks. There's a lot to do.
You just mentioned 10 things that I've never heard of.
Philly cheesesteaks.
Oh, Philly cheesesteak, yeah. Okay.
Come on, man.
You made a choice? You went to Pat's or Gino's?
Neither. Went to Avenues. So apparently that's where the locals go. It's good.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
It was really good.
I heard nobody goes to Pat's and Gino's if they live there.
Incredibly good.
Yeah.
And then I tried another place just to compare, and my second choice was a far second. The first, it wasn't even close.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, hold on. Just got the information. I guess telling them that I'm about to approach without any information spurred them to, okay, well, I guess I'll have to read this in real time.
Ready on anyone?
Oh, no. Whatever. I'm going to be opposed to a bond. Jesus.
You, Mr. Avinash Chun. You speak English? You were in front of me now because you're what?
He's wanted out of Denver, Colorado, is my understanding.
Okay, you want a bond?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
so the reason we brought you out here now is because your lawyer is asking me to set you a bond. I don't know. I've never met you before. I don't even know why you're wanted. But a couple things. Number one, and my main concern is public safety. Number two, my other concern is if we set you a bond, are you going to go back to the jurisdiction that you wanted from? I don't know. Let's get to know you. So, Day, tell me about him.
So it's 10 pages and I'm trying to read as fast as possible, but my information is limited. It's regarding a negligent.
Pages of criminal history?
No, sorry. The affidavit for the probable cause. I just received it as he was being brought up. And so I'm reading this in real time. But
I'm going to take more time.
Well, I know you have to go to court 3. I can supplement after the original approach, but the warrant was issued out on December 25th. So on Christmas for negligent bodily injury. I'm reading the probable cause. There was a well-being check request on December 16th, where this defendant was in care of 2 individuals, and his negligent care was sufficient enough that when they investigated, they believed the children required or could have had sustained infection, required amputation, or even death. And they found dried blood. They found, it's reddish brown stains on items behind the bedroom door. It goes on for some time, but it's generally sort of disarray and injuries all over, malnourishment. But I spoke with the demanding jurisdiction and they are requesting him be held at no bond until he is returned to they do want him. And if the court
if there's only 1 count or 2 counts?
I think there's 2, but they're under 2 different statutes. When I run the the warrant from Colorado, it looks like he's being charged under 2 different statutes, but because I just got the information, I don't have the charging instrument.
Is it negligent homicide or is it negligent?
They're not dead, but it's that the possibility, just because of the despondent state of the living conditions, the 2 at-risk individuals.
Minor children?
Caregiving center operated at the residence.
Which is special needs.
I can. It looks to go on some time, text from November 25th. Oh, here we go. It's 2 adult males with intellectual developmental disabilities. And so vulnerable complainants. And I believe one of the arguments that counsel was bringing for him to obtain a bond was that he takes care of autistic individuals, and obviously him being charged with these felonies or even 1 felony of vulnerable individuals, it becomes a public safety risk by the nature of what's already happened. And so with it being over a month and with the conditions of children being, like I said, almost amputation or death. And I can go further into
Any prior criminal history?
No, Your Honor. But the fact that it was for such a long time and due to their state, and so I'm not sure if they were at a point in their condition, like physical or medical condition, is that they were unable to leave. Obviously, that'd be more akin to constructive kidnapping, but I don't know yet because again, I'm still reading through it.
Constructive kidnapping.
Well, just because if he's malnourished them or deprived them to a point where they're unable to physically capably leave. The well-being check started in November, but I don't think they did a wellness check until December 15th. Again, I don't know. I'm just reading parts of it. And so I don't know to the extent of it before law enforcement was notified.
Yes, Judge. So a couple of things. First, this case is from Adams County, Colorado. My understanding is that my client was in Sydney, Australia when this warrant came through. He was in Sydney on the day that December 25th when the warrant came through. He came back to go back to his hometown. And during that period, the warrant came through and he got picked up. So this.
Oh, I was wondering why he's here in Houston. Are you telling me that he had a flight connecting to Denver?
My understanding is there's no direct flight from Denver to Sydney, so he had to come through Houston. And so on the way out there, the warrant was not issued. And while he's over there, the warrant's issued. He's coming back. He gets picked up for it here in Houston. Now, it's a charge. We went through a whole bunch of stuff. This isn't probable cause court. All that stuff is in Colorado. That's not here. Here, we're talking about a fugitive case, public safety, and whether or not he's going to turn himself into the demanded jurisdiction. So a lot of public safety talk has been going on. If he were over there and we're talking about public safety, it would be rectified by just saying, don't go talk to whoever is playing witness, right? And so that's the jurisdiction that has the authority to do that. Here, we're just trying to see if he's going to go answer for this charge. He hasn't been running from anyone. He got picked up immediately after he came back into the United States. He is not a flight risk. He came back into town. He didn't know this was out there. And so he hasn't been running. He hasn't had an opportunity to avail himself to Colorado. He hasn't messed up in your court. He's got no criminal history. He's got family that supports him, that's willing to post a bond for him. He's got skin in the game if you allow him to go turn himself in.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just reading the kidnapping part. It says, asked if they were allowed to leave the basement. She stated no. Regarding the targets, asked them to go back downstairs when they come up.
Again, Judge, this stuff is irrelevant to whether or not he's going to go turn himself in, whether or not he's been on the run, whether or not he even knew of these charges. If he needs to answer for that, he can't answer for it here in front of you. We can't argue against that here. That's in Colorado.
So part of what I'm trying to figure out is if they've notified him regarding this warrant, and obviously that's going to play a part if he was notified to return himself and then he went to Australia. Obviously, I'm going to have a few more questions.
You want to like pass it for just maybe 5-10 minutes and take a look?
Yes, Judge.
Do that. Because I've got a couple things to do here and it looks like he doesn't have all the questions answered. Give me just maybe like 5-10 minutes. We can come back and reconvene so that you know exactly, because if I set him a bond, I want you to be absolutely sure on both of you guys. Please. Okay. Thanks. Okay. Are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have Mr. Cook, correct? Come on up, Mr. Cook. Hi. You want a chair, Mr. Cook?
He's the bar here. It's just, it was getting too long for him, so I'm like, let me move him that way.
Mr. Cook, you're charged with driving while intoxicated. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. You guys have worked out an agreement where they're offering you 3 days in jail with credit for the 9 that you've already done.
Yes, sir.
You need to understand that this charge will go on your record. It's going to be there for the rest of your life. You get pulled over. First thing officers do, they're going to look at your criminal history. If they smell alcohol on you and they see that you got a prior DWI, it may not go very well for you. So just be very careful next time you get into a car. You're giving up a lot of rights by entering into this agreement. You give up the right to a trial, right to compel witnesses to testify on your behalf, confront and cross-examine your accusers. If you're not a citizen, there are possible immigration consequences. You can be deported, excluded from the country, denied naturalization. You give up the right to appeal. Once you plead guilty, you can never take this off or try to change this. Do you still want to do this?
Yes.
How do you plead to the offense, sir? Guilty or not guilty? I'll find you guilty, sentence you to the agreement. I am going to suspend your license for 90 days. Do not drive until you get a license. Good luck to you. Thanks. Waive. Okay, you ready? Yes, sir. Miss Imam, come up. I know how incredibly thorough you are, so I'm not going to go through all questioning, and I'll take it that you understand that this is what you're doing today is you're making a lifetime decision that is it's a difficult one. And, you know, when you start racking up convictions on your record, life gets a lot more difficult. The older you get, life doesn't get easier. It gets so much more very difficult. And when you get convictions, you become unemployable the more convictions you get. So you need to be careful how you handle life, because if you don't, I'm telling you, 15 minutes will flash by and lickety split. And if you don't have a job, you don't have a career, you don't have an education, then life is not going to go well. This life is not fun without money. If you don't believe me, go on the street and ask the people on the street. You only get it. You have a trade, you have a job, an education. Do you understand?
This has been a difficult decision because she is enrolled full-time in college and she's working part-time, got a good job. But, well, and we understand how this can adversely affect things.
I'm not interested in the PTI program.
Well, she was in the PTI and there was.
I see.
Having difficulty balancing, and that's really, we think the crux of the issue with the issues in PTI was trying to balance full-time job, part-time work, and maintaining a home that first time she's out on her own, not without her parents' help.
Is there any other way no other way we can help?
Well, not that we see at the moment. And we've talked to the state about potentially being back on PTI and about the potential of deferred, and we're not quite there. We talked about potential of going without an agreed rec, but she doesn't want to sign up for a situation where maybe more difficult.
So she's currently in the PTI program now?
Well, no, she's been removed from the PTI.
Oh, removed, I see.
And so we've vetted through the case and found issues we think with where we think there's potential issues in the case, but we're thinking that this is the best way to resolve it. And so we're here.
It is what it is. At some point, may not be today, may not be tomorrow, 10 years, but you're going to look back, God, why didn't I complete this thing? You know, you need to understand that this DWI will go on your record. What we're doing today, it's 3 days in jail, credit for one. From now on, you are facing a minimum of 30 days in jail for any case that you pick up here. No more proverbial slaps on the wrist. You now have a minimum that you'll be doing if you pick up any more cases. So you need to be very careful when you get into a car. All officers do when they pull you over is they look at your criminal history. If it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, so you need to be very careful moving forward. $30, wherever you want to go in the city. $40, it'll take you anywhere you want to go when you get Uber. That's what you need to consider from now on, even if you've had one. That's what I do when I go out with my wife. Ms. Imam, you give up a lot of rights by entering into this agreement. You give up the right to a trial, right to compel witnesses to testify on your behalf, confront and cross-examine your accusers. If you're not a citizen, there are possible immigration consequences. You can be deported, excluded from the country, denied naturalization under federal law. You give up the right to appeal. Once you accept this agreement, there's no turning back. You can never take this off. Do you understand? How do you plead to the offense of driving while intoxicated? Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
I'm going to find you guilty. I will sentence you to 3 days in jail, give you credit for one. I'm going to suspend your license for 90 days.
We'd ask that go, I guess, have a retroactive application to the suspension that she served from by way of the ALR suspension.
Why?
Well, she's trying to, what's your question? Why, Judge? I'm sorry, I couldn't.
The thing is this, is that how many times are we going to reward someone, especially for behavior when she's doing whatever she wants to do?
No, it's not a reward. It's to make sure that in a situation where she doesn't have a bunch of financial resources, that she can get to school and to work, and she's doing things to move forward in life. And she is enrolled full-time. She's got 13 hours in an engineering program, got a pharmacy tech license. She's working as a pharmacy tech, but also maintaining home. So the costs and the process of getting a lawyer to represent her in an occupational license setting be more difficult. She's got her license active now. We asked that suspension that she served, which was a 6-month suspension.
How bad was it in the PTI program? Did she repeatedly just test positive for alcohol and dope?
No, I think there were I don't think there was any positive tests. I think there were just no test, skip test.
So I have, yes, it's a failure to report and failure to enroll in SOP and failure to maintain.
Did she do anything?
And she's been on an ankle monitor since I got the case, and she's not had any issues with ankle.
And then also, as counsel mentioned, 31 skip tests on the report. So it does not appear that she did much of anything that was required of her.
We disagree with that assessment, but
I mean, reasonable minds can differ. You know, there's also a matter of the $3,000 surcharge as well. What are we going to do with that?
Weigh that in light of her financial circumstances.
Do you see what I mean? It's like one gift, but it is though. I mean, there's no jail time. She got booted out of the program. Now I'm not suspending her license. Now I'm rolling the $3,500 that she would normally pay. It's one gift after the other.
It's not. And here's why, Judge. The legislature came in, and I know the remedy is citizens go vote. But a $3,000 surcharge to an individual who has little to no money is a catastrophic amount financially.
Well, we do it. We give a 2-year payment plan, so it comes out to like $30 a month.
And we saw how the surcharge program worked for individuals, and it destroyed their license. And so what happens is then they come back to your court because all of a sudden they don't have a license valid, and then it plugs up our system with Class B charges of driving with license invalid cases. And so it's not a reward. It's understanding that me, as working a full-time job,
here's what I'm going to do.
Different financial position.
Here's what I'm going to do, Mr. Garris. I agree with you about the money, because to me, the money I don't care about money, but what I care about are actions. And I really like it when people better themselves. It makes me happy because I want you are a woman in this life that society, life is more difficult just because you're a woman, just because you're a person of color. Life is more difficult. You need to be dependent on no one, and you should get your education. You should get a good job so that you never have to rely on anyone. You be strong, I'll make you a deal. Like, I want to know, you're telling me that she's enrolled in all these things. If she is, and you can show me that she's in school, she's doing this, I'm going to take the money away, because I don't care about the money. But as far as the license suspension goes, if you show me that she's actually in all this, and you can show me, I'll acquiesce to you, because I want you to do well. I want you to leave here better than you came. You've not shown me that so far, though, right? You've not done well here. So why continue to do this? But if you show me that you're bettering yourself now, that you're in school, like you're saying, you're working as a tech there, I'll do it for you. Yeah. Show me, I'll acquiesce.
Thank you.
But in this life, you should never rely on anyone. I have 2 daughters, and the first thing that I'm teaching them is never rely on anyone. You go to school, you get your education, you get a great job, so that you can just rely on yourself, and you can always be on your feet. You can always make money, because when you get that education, no one can take it away from you, and you can always go get another job. That's what life's about. And this knowledge is power. All right.
Judge?
Please. So the 3,000 and whatever the court costs are. Okay. You ready? Yes, sir.
Judge, I'm here on William Thompson. It's a DWI that the state is going to hopefully be dismissing.
It's not all.
We're supposed to, I don't need to approach.
No, it's 118 days, right? No, I mean, once it gets to like 180, then yeah, no. Good to see you, Mr. Lockwood. Yeah, thanks. Ready?
Yes.
Come on up.
I'm back on Mr. Castillo, PC here.
All right.
Yes, Judge. So in regard to the crossing the parking lot, it was the officer's understanding, I spoke with the officer, that crossing the parking lot is a violation because he crossed right through, and the traffic code that we found is transportation code. Hold on.
Did you take a look at this?
Judge, I'm very familiar with the statute they're quoting.
Okay, what is it?
It's section 545.423. And it's crossing property, and it states that an operator may not cross a sidewalk or drive through a driveway, parking lot, or business or residential entrance without stopping the vehicle. And the officer said that he crossed, according to the DIMS, he crossed straight through onto the public roadway. And speaking with the officer, he repeated that as well, saying that he was at a slow roll and he just went straight through upon noticing the officer. And that's whenever he performed the traffic stop, as he crossed that parking lot.
An operator may not cross a sidewalk or drive through a driveway, parking lot, or business or residential entrance without stopping the vehicle.
Yes, Judge. And as he
never stopped at all.
Correct. And as the DIMS states, the vehicle pulled into the parking lot and exited the parking lot in an attempt to navigate away from the patrol vehicle. So he just entered and exited. He didn't stop.
First, Judge, that statute requires that you're doing it for the purpose of avoiding a traffic control device. There's an additional element.
Really?
Yes, Judge, if you look at the statute.
Hold on. There's only, it says, so that what I read was A. B says an operator may not cross or drive in or on a sidewalk, driveway, parking lot, residence, or residential entrance at an intersection to turn right or left from one highway to another highway.
In order to avoid the traffic control device.
Correct, but that looks like it's an or, not and. Or, you know, unless you show me different, unless you can show me differently. I mean.
It is an or, Judge. I agree with that. However, may I address another issue?
Of course.
If you listen to the DIM summary, he says he intended to stop my client to begin with. Then my client, in order to evade him, rolled across the parking lot. There's no explanation as to why he started attempting to stop my client in the first place. I recognize, of course, that police have many and multifarious functions, but activating emergency lights and attempting to stop somebody for some unexplained reason.
I didn't hear that.
Oh, Your Honor, the DIMS reads
it's certainly interesting.
It reads different because it says while the officer was patrolling, he observed the vehicle, and it immediately goes into how the vehicle pulled into the parking lot and exited in an attempt to navigate away from the officer's patrol vehicle. And after that point, it says the officer initiated his patrol lights. So he wasn't attempting to stop him at the point that he entered the parking lot. All the officer articulated was that he was attempting to navigate away from his vehicle.
I mean, what it sounds like to me is he sees the officer and just tries to get away. And then the officer sees him do something that's maybe a violation of the transportation code and pulls him over right there. Had he kept driving and just gone straight, perhaps it would have never been pulled over. But the virtue of the fact that you go and do that, you know, if there wasn't a violation, I would kick it all day. But I mean, they, you know.
May I address one other very shortly?
Please.
The way he says in his DIM summary, he says, the purpose for crossing is to evade me. He is thinking this man is trying to evade me. And that certainly implies that he was trying to stop the defendant before the defendant started and turned into the parking lot. Otherwise, why would he say he was trying to evade me? In other words, if he's consciously thinking this man is evading me, he's doing something that would lead the defendant to the bank.
I agree with you.
So without showing as why.
I agree with you. But the fact remains is he went through. And it looks like he may have indeed violated that part of the transportation code. Now, pull the video. If the video shows you something differently, come back and we can do PC again. You know, I'm always happy to revisit it. But perhaps if he would have kept going and not done anything, not done that, he wouldn't have gotten pulled over. If he would have and nothing had done, there had been no errors, then you know what would have happened.
Understood.
I'm going to find probable cause for now. What was the last name again?
Castillo.
Okay, Mr. Castillo, I'm going to find probable cause. And let me tell you, you speak English, right?
Yes, sir.
And by no means does this mean that you're guilty of this offense. This just means that there's enough to go forward now. That's all it means. You got a great lawyer who will handle the case for you. If there are always any issues, you guys can come back and reapproach and we can go from there. I am ordering you as a condition of your bond not to consume alcohol, illegal drugs, or unprescribed controlled medication. I'm going to randomly test you. If I find that you're consuming alcohol or illegal drugs, I'm going to revoke your bond. Okay. As long as you have a valid Texas driver license and liability insurance, you may continue to drive.
It's eligible, Your Honor.
Great. You have a lawyer. Because you have a lawyer, I will waive your appearance. You don't have to waste your time coming to court, but just stay in contact with Owen. He will tell you when you have to come back to court. If Owen tells me he can't get a hold of you because you're playing games, I will issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. For now, I'm going to have you sign your receipt. Victoria, we'll have you get with Maddie for your bond conditions, and then you guys are free to go. Thanks. Of course.
Right this way. March 11th, 13.
Which is
12?
yes.
Go ahead and put the big trial behind you.
Are you ready, Mr. Kim?
Oh, sorry. So no, he's calling the detective right now. One of the bigger issues is if he was notified that there was a warrant out for his arrest and he fled to Australia, I'm going to be more emphatic on no bond, but that's something I'm trying to confirm right now.
Why come back? Why come back if you knew? You know what I mean?
Sure. But
I don't. So,
still.
well, I mean, he's not ready regardless.
I mean, yeah. I read the probable cause a little bit more, and it is pretty egregious for the state of the children. But obviously, that goes to public safety, and not so much the flight risk part of it.
Right, and that's they'll address that when they get there. Right. I want to know. Is he going to go back?
Well, and I specifically asked the sheriff's office, not the DA, because they can't get a hold of, or you can't get a hold of the detective or the 88 on it, on the flight risk part of it, because she was pretty emphatic on the phone asking for no bond, but she didn't clarify regarding the self-surrender part. And so I emailed the extradition specialist and she hasn't gotten back to me. My guess is she's contacting the same people that we're contacting at the office. Amy's already left 3 voicemails at different.
You want to roll it to tomorrow?
Judge, so the unknown should not go against my client. He's presumed innocent. He was coming back to go to the demanding jurisdiction. He had no notice of this because he is in
I don't know that.
And also,
They haven't proved that he knew it.
but the burden isn't innocence. This isn't a criminal charge. This is an administrative charge, and it's public safety, and it's and flight risk.
You're mentioning different things that you don't have information on. The burden's on the state to prove that he needs to be in custody. You haven't proved that. You haven't told them why it's public safety risk. You're saying that you're waiting on 3 calls, people to call you back. My guy is sitting in jail. Why would you do this? He's got a right to go turn himself in. We're asking for a bond.
I disagree, Your Honor.
There's no right.
Right.
There's no right.
In terms of,
I don't have to give him a bond.
Right.
There's no right. This is not an entitlement.
He's in custody. He's got a right to go turn himself. There is no public safety concern. They haven't proved there's a public safety
but the
concern.
extradition statute is that he doesn't have a constitutional right to bond because it's not a criminal case. It's permitted by the court, but it's not a basic default for an administrative charge for fugitive, as long as I prove that the warrant is valid, which I did by sharing the teletype. And so it's not the same. The code itself specifically states that, with the exception of death penalty cases and life in prison, is that the court can permit a bond, but he is not automatically granted one because he's not being charged with a crime. It's an administrative charge for a fugitive case that he's already been apprehended on. So it's a different burden, and it's not, yeah.
Would you be amenable to one?
So right now, no, just because the nature, and I understand it's both that the court would like to hear on, but regarding the public safety part, because he had these people, vulnerable people in his care for such a long time, and the abuse is at least until November. The warrant obviously wasn't signed by the judge until December 20th, and the warrant was live December 25th, is that because of the extent of it and the fact that he recently went, I know.
You know when he took off to Australia?
I don't.
Do you know when?
Before the warrant came in place, my understanding is he was over there and the warrant came through on the 25th. On his way back into town, he got picked up. He didn't get picked up.
You don't know when he went there though?
He told me he went there to celebrate Christmas with his family.
And my thing is, and obviously this is the part that I'm trying to confirm, but the detective here, after the original patrol officer followed up, is that the detective talked to him at length regarding these abuses. And so what I'm trying to figure out is either during that initial questioning or after the warrant went live, the detective said, hey, don't leave America or don't leave Colorado. He then did that, then obviously that becomes a pretty big issue. I understand regarding the return part, but the fact that he fled, obviously, if someone with a badge tells you, hey, don't run, and then you leave America.
I can't imagine that they're going to tell him that.
There's no proof of that, Judge.
I can't, I mean.
Well, that's what I'm trying to verify. That's what I'm saying. I don't have that information, which is my point.
When officers have enough to arrest someone, they just do it, right?
I mean, me working intake, I've had ones where I ask for a 2B warrant, depending on the circumstances. And obviously I'm not licensed in Colorado and I don't work in their DA's office, but there are circumstances where they have the probable cause, but it's stronger with an arrest warrant versus whatever situation landed in the first place. So I couldn't say for sure. And we're trying to get a hold of ADA prosecuting it right now to figure out why. So the short answer is I don't know, which is why I'm trying to get more information.
How long do you think you'll be ready till you go forward?
Well, since we left voicemail messages in 3 different agencies at 2 different levels, hopefully by the end of today. But for what it's worth, he's already waived. So if he's revoking it, then we can go by way of governor's warrant. But
Judge, we're talking about burdens. This is what we do every day. This is what we argue for every day.
Crap, I still need to go to court 3. I totally forgot. God dog it.
I mean, hey, are you about to?
Just don't have time.
Right. Will you be returning today or what did you?
No, yeah, I'll be returning. I totally forgot. I gotta go.
Okay.
God dog it. So let's wait till we come back. If we don't have anything, then
I'll follow up. Okay, yes, sir. I'll follow up in like 30 minutes to see if anybody else can contact back. Because I assume everybody has a boss. And so if I can't get a hold of the original detective, hopefully his, I don't know what they call it, sergeant or lieutenant, or somebody can shed light on it.
I'm confused as to what's going on. Is he coming back?
Yeah, he's coming back.
Okay.
Yeah. So because she's left voicemail messages with this person, the extradition specialist, and the detective. But yeah, so it's not clear after the original conversation what, yeah.
I get it. All right.
So I don't know. I mean, because I've agreed on bond before. This is just. Any luck with anybody?
You have 3 officers, that's what it says.
Oh, that's good. That's more information than we have.
Right. So what's the one said that? They're going to call at the line right here. Application was Friday. We have notice of it on Saturday. It on Saturday. Monday to Friday. And then you're going to give them this.
So he was told, he was trying to contact the defendant and then nobody did. But before that, he wasn't notified. Okay, and then for the original, well, I guess the other question was for the potential back.
Office right here. His office is right behind.
That's first.
And this is where you're gonna refer to general. So if you wanna call, you can call every day Monday to Friday between these times.
This is Sonia's case?
Log in to see if you want to do that, log in, and create for it.
That's an incredible selection system.
I did send her a text message, I just kind of put texting on there, I don't know if you received it or not.
Wow.
Okay, yeah, so if you did not receive it, go ahead and see it on QR code inside the text message.
Okay.
That will help you, remember that you have changed, if you've been selected.
Sure. Speaking of that, nothing now.
No, that was me.
Dang.
Yes.
I got excited. I think I'll back.
Instead of your warning it, now it's in testify, and it is testify, but the last drug test that you take. So you have.
Oh, no. Just having deadly weapons all over.
Yes.
And that's it, so it's on.
Okay, that is the case selected, yes. That's why you have to call everybody, because they might select you.
Isn't like that every day call or?
I know they ask these questions. but I ask it
It's
anyway.
random. It's random. Yes. You want to guess?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I do not.
So the unusual part, right now, the wife isn't charged yet. Because she's admitted she lives in the home, but she doesn't actively care. But the issue is, she was present at least some of these incidents, so there is a chance that she can charge. They just haven't done it. It's a primary care person, and because it's statutory, so it's stated in the function. I mean, that's what she would have figured out.
This just makes my intentional.
I will show you on
Are we done?
yeah. Well.
We're about to bring her over this week. Give us a few days and bring her over on this side. And so we went to the court 3 or somewhere.
Hold on.
But
because they changed all the codes this year, and like, especially these function codes.
this one is the 3199.
So here. So unlike our others, it's section 16, unless the offense is going to show me officer punishable or death or life imprisonment. Procedures features on justice chapter. So well, part of it is even before you get to the address, he isn't being charged with the crime. So that's why he doesn't, because whenever people talk about, all the hard recording on
24,
is
66.
all those are based on being charged with the crime.
Thank you.
He isn't being charged with the crime. This is an administrative charge.
That's why for the one, because of the Uniform Act, is that he is operating a certain way on but for intergovernmental transfers like the county clerk thing, we don't even have this. Like there is an administrative case, but we don't know. Because again, it's not a crime, they don't have a constitutional right to bond and fight. And so within 10 days, doesn't police take that right. But they don't get to appear to fight for bigger counties. They're going to get transferred. So the court just so his part regarding bond is like the so it's permissive.
Yes.
So, but now I should decide. Yeah, speak easy.
Pointed out of my just force the delivery for that case for automatic governor every single time, every single person. So it's just one of those, and so part of it, it's the concern risk. Because I've agreed with everyone's on the board, but it's just this one's done. I did it.
I was trying to get the majority of today's A's lined up. It's always Ricardo. It's always Ricardo that's holding me up every single time without fail.
But this time I will wholeheartedly say you did it.
Is it? Just permitting a random, it doesn't matter.
In my office, I do.
It's the best program I can think of right offhand for the defense side would be ALR hearings. The state doesn't have a right to, we can, but we don't.
What do you mean?
ALR hearings?
Yeah, what about?
Sometimes y'all bring the officers up for witnesses, but for those, like, it's not like, oh, the DA's office isn't there, it's RJ, you know. Some of them are administrative hearings and this, that's the only equivalent I can think of right away. I'm sure there are better ones, I'm just the only one I can think of right now.
I just can't, without even looking at this, I can't see how the administrative program is wrong.
Well, it's the Code of Criminal Procedures. I mean, I say administrative colloquially, but it's the Code of Criminal Procedures. Like, they still have a right to have the warrant verified by way of governor's warrant. We just choose to expedite it with the waiver. So that's more of a function of our local rules, for lack of a better word. You choose to allow them to waive, expedite things. You don't have to, you just choose to.
Now, riddle me this.
This is gonna get fun.
Yes. Since I know you don't normally handle.
Oh God, this is gonna be really fun. whenever it starts off with, I know you don't normally handle.
No, there's a reason why, but it is a fugitive thing.
Okay, wait, in or out?
Okay.
No, I mean, sorry, apprehended out coming in or apprehended here going out?
Going out. What is the previous on how long they have?
County? It's 10 days. No, it's calendar. It's calendar.
That's why it is kind of. Because they don't get set. Right. And that's what it is, a lot of the stuff. Because the booking date is never going to match.
Well, yes, but and with some exceptions, because I've obviously seen it, but for the most part, the day that we receive, the sheriff's office receives the facts for the hold is the day the central records places the hold. So the administrative, like the shell, for lack of a better word, yes, you're right. It likely comes a lot later, but we've had that for out of state as well. So whenever the shell happens, is largely irrelevant to when the hold and the notice was received. Because it's the same here. It's like whenever we have the locals resolve and then have the case filed later, obviously it becomes a different issue. Like we've had ones where like, hey, it wasn't filed until 4 days later, but he was held on like, Sunday before the holiday. So it's one of those disjointed things where we try to catch up and try to file the case at the same time, but we don't always get the chance to do that because either our fugitive person or the arresting officer, whatever agency they are, they have to actually file it with the clerk's office. So it's incumbent on whomever actually does the arresting or the detaining, whatever it has to be arresting. The arresting is they have to be the one that actually files it with the clerk. And so sometimes they're a little bit late or they just put the whole and just let it go. 8 days is unusual. That is.
No, that's a norm.
That's a norm.
That's what I'm saying.
Maybe, so my guess, and this is a pure guess grounded in nothing, is that with all the messages from inter-county like pickup and transports, it's only when they get the rejection or the pickup is that they file it once they know, because either they have to file the thing releasing them, because the judge has to actually sign the release, like that still has to happen regardless, or if they're gonna pick up, coordinating what case number that they're picking up for the out of county. That's my best guess, is until they actually get the confirmation from Bexar County or Fort Bend or Amarillo, whatever, like Odessa, is that until they get the confirmation, there's no point because the interstate transfer is so fast. But I wouldn't know until I talked to somebody down there. And I don't even think it would be here because it wouldn't be considered a fugitive the same way here because it's not out of state.
Right, so it's not a normal.
Right, so.
That's why
It is.
10 business days, not 10.
Oh, in the sort of calendar, yeah.
It's not 10 calendar days, and the reason why I was closed in business days is because every county operates on the weekend.
That's true.
Transport.
That's true.
And since it's Texas, we usually do everything based off of the smallest, like every law that is written for police officers is based off the smallest county in Texas. Not the largest.
Hold on, let me.
And I have yet to be able to. Where in the team said, it says, So that's why I laughed.
No,
I'll just ask that question.
No, if I'm wrong, I'll be,
No,
that, but
no, mine is, from personal knowledge, I want to know.
Yeah. Let's find out, because it should, let's just put 10, so that's the 10? Oh, no, it's in the middle of a sentence and intentionally. Dang it.
Makes sense.
Section of time, that's it, so you can't say bond, county jail, warrant extended by 60 days, till 90 days, that's my stuff. Turn to state written motion, I will find it. Yeah, the waiver, I'm right, it's a may waive the issues, but I'll have to. We'll find it. Maybe put 10 in a different way. Section 10 of this act. No!
Now you see where my business.
No, I know it's in here somewhere.
I believe you, but when you do the same thing, you think of your, I can't find it. I found it very
Uniform Criminal Extradition Act, yes. She's keeping the waiver, hooray, so Lopez is good.
Okay.
All right, governor means it's the extradition of and definitely still. Even if you
I knew it was probably driving me days, because it's like me, you will try to send it to someone, find it, it will bug me until I get the second. I will find it, so.
Let's try it. Oh my God, because it's still interstate, so let's try it. Interstate Agreement on Detainers Act, substantially as follows, only agree, is on detainer on file, the other. Charges, date, agree. trial, then that's the demanding jurisdiction. Because they have things that they have to do, or we have things we have to do when we do it the opposite. Which basically fancy way to get your indictment.
Like
another word, right?
Setting federal tax. How is information? It's still set there.
I'm gonna Google.
It's just for the enhancements will change the name on client. And then
Here we go, Article 15, 19, 20.
Okay, you understand.
No, that's the wrong section.
When they call for Lopez, the female, she's good. You just call for milk, but only for 18.4. Yeah. You gave him brain teaser.
Just a little bit much.
our state's gone. Hey, can you show me that PCs or no?
No, because I can't confirm that it's been indicted. So if it's something, if it's a pre-indictment.
All right, no worries.
Let me double check though. One moment at a time.
No, here, that's more pressing.
I'll give you homework. This is more pressing. I will find the answer to this.
I just threw the biggest roadblock in front of me.
It's under a different section because, again, it's not fugitive, and I, like a dingbat, didn't look at the wrong section. Because you're right, because it's under the pre-arrest and not because they're not categorized as fugitive.
So what's the code?
Article 15, and it's under 19. Here we go. No. Oh, hey. I was wrong. See? When I'm wrong, I eat my vegetables.
On my card.
Because they don't know
on your car.
Okay. This one.
Yeah, so you go to court, we find a policy. But anyway, yes. Hold on, that might be. It's a written plea agreement. Oh, hold on, no, that's a different section. Person arrested was before a magistrate.
Yeah. Amended.
Oh, no, that's the wrong section. That's if he, it's for one offense punishable fine only, again, inside Texas, is within the 11th day after a magistrate accepts a resolution guilty or it shall transmit to the court to complete or an order of fine. So basically, we can accept a fine for an county and this is going to cost more than this. So, it's a different section.
Yeah.
He doesn't make it confinement jail the county with magistrate. 72 hours after the arrest, we transfer to the county jail. Well, let's see, transfer to the county jail. No, all right. So sheriff who receives a notice under Article 1519, shall have the right to magistrate to report the 11th day after the date. So I was right. It's not business. After the date the person is committed to the jail.
So shall be arrested and brought before the proper magistrate. It does not say that you have 10 days.
No. So the proper magistrate court, which means the jurisdiction that wants them. So the proper one that has the warrant. So for let's just quote that. So they have the proper person with the warrant is the magistrate court.
But they also operate as a personal operator. So if that's the case.
Oh, here we go. And then furthermore, if they are not brought before the 11th day for the demanding jurisdiction of the proper court is a magistrate in the county where the person was arrested shall release with a personal bond or a street and for the personal bond of the sheriff. So they'll get a personal bond. But yeah, so it's a lot of things, but you're right. That is a flaw in it. I don't know what to tell you because, I mean, obviously Texas is very large, but I guess they assume that
Well, you know, our jurisdictions that are closest to us.
Yeah.
So the ones that don't.
I would imagine because they have a larger caseload. No? That's annoying.
But they will have
Yeah. That's interesting.
Even if we're like. Someone who's white on the page. Yeah. Hey, come get over here. No. But they'll
Yeah. That's weird. Okay. Well, but I would argue for the interstate and not the intrastate is it's anywhere from class C to, the death penalty. So because of like 100,000 cases per year, the majority of them being the nonviolent offenders and the cost of transporting because they're so close, I could see for like a class B misdemeanor for the fine only, them not wanting to. Now, I don't know what the breakdown will look like, but that's my best guess.
Most of the problems. Now, this one was further away. I was like, this one was like out of the house.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Huh. I wonder how prevalent that is in El Paso, like just with you, because they're the border. Yeah.
It's high.
Yeah. Yeah.
But not. Yeah.
Oh. What a lucky duck he is, just free as a bird.
But all it does is we give him 20 days.
Yeah.
Or 10 days, whatever.
And then he has to self-surrender.
If they don't go.
They get one from us too.
No.
No?
Is what it is.
Yes.
It's basically getting it out of time.
Oh.
It's just here, it says that.
And then we transfer it over to their county.
Yeah, transfer it.
Did they get a new date?
They get a new date when the process is
And a new one.
Then a new one issues. So this.
I'm surprised I've never encountered that the other way around. It's like one of my Harris County cases for people who've been apprehended somewhere else, but we thought it was, because I've done that before. But I'm like, hey, we're not gonna prosecute this. Like, this has been prosecuted, but we're gonna leave the case open. Or not that we're not gonna prosecute, we're not gonna come get it. And so, but we're gonna leave the case open.
Well, Harris County wants that. They're gonna go back.
I don't think they're. We have very.
What's wrong with you? I don't know, trust me. Just as a let's be ashamed of you were mad to say calendar day.
No.
So that all my say calendar day. But if you're arrested on a Friday or Saturday,
You get 2 extra or 2 minus days. The county has minus 2 days.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, especially if you're talking about the holidays and we used to have, I think both New Year's and Day off. If you wrap it around correctly, they really only have like 4 days.
Because they can't bring. But the magistrate's available 24 hours a day.
Ours is.
No, everywhere.
Oh, everywhere.
In cases, the magistrate has to be available. It's
I never thought about like the small put up.
every just a piece is a magistrate.
I see. All right. Well, Megan's in the office now, so at some point I'm gonna go down and have a couple conversations. But
Ricardo's dilemma.
I know it's been all the problem.
I don't know. They just like you.
No, that can't be it. That's not.
That can't be it.
That can't be it. No.
Maybe someone likes how he argues his cases.
Well, you have been getting more aggressive on your arguments. So.
They're more entertaining as far as there's entertaining because there's at least some foundation that I'm listening to.
I see. Well,
because you bring up valid points. It don't mean that's pretty bad. But it's a show. Let's see if it sticks.
I didn't read those YouTube comments.
There you go. You see, that's what he's learning. He's using the.
It's the spaghetti method. You throw the whole plate at the wall and see what sticks.
There you go.
No, I know what flash at the audience would do.
Unbelievable.
I just,
That's how I look at it.
they had good comments about you on the last one. What's the last one we were going back and forth on?
Me?
Yeah, they had some really good comments about you on that. Oh, you know which one it was? It was the,
You know, we're still lecturing, right?
are we?
I think it was
really.
So you seen the red line? No, I really? Yeah. Even though I had literally no role in the arrest. That's cool.
Yeah. That one had like 600 comments. So.
It's all Joe's fault.
Delightful. Any highlights that I should know?
There's a bunch of times.
Let's go with any specific comment that tickled your fancy.
No, it's just, it's like Peacock, monkeys, and their Amazon account.
Oh,
good one. Oh my God.
No, I get it. I get it. When I say they don't have a microphone, I can see why some people would be very bothered by that.
Oh, that's coming up. Yeah, that's gonna go up on there.
That was actually pretty good. That's a pretty good dad joke.
Oh, you tell a clean joke.
That's what I said. It was a good dad joke.
Tell a clean joke. Yeah. But he's playing up here.
I mean, I wouldn't say anything here that I want to say.
Here, let's see how, if you ever watch any good TV shows. I'm talking my good, not your good.
Okay.
How do you put popes in Volkswagen?
Popes in a vulture. People are saying what they're saying on there. It's because we say something goes behind it, something you gotta think about what you're saying.
Where has punchline go? That's job.
Yeah, it's the job.
It's very good.
Yeah, you know how many people have? How are you gonna get 10 popes in Volkswagen?
Oh, you said popes. Oh, I think you said pulps, like orange pulp or something like. Oh, 10 popes in a Volkswagen.
Take off that.
Do you have the number?
And it came from friends.
Really?
Yeah.
I watched all the Friends. I didn't know that was in Friends. Okay. Cool. Yeah.
It was friends. They were saying in the coffee thing and they were like, you know, there was a joke. And
Joey was in
both of them and Phoebe.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Because she walked in and she heard part of, popes in a bed, Volkswagen. Because she heard it.
All right.
The joke. Story.
Almost every guy has one of them passing on. Sort of Europe story. What's your background in the Europe story? You know what we're talking about? What the story was about?
No, they didn't want to share that.
Everybody but everybody but you know. They still watch it.
It's good. I watch.
No, I don't want the shorts. I want to.
The shorts.
Like the one that where Rachel Ross brings his new girlfriend to the beach. And Rachel convinces her to shave her hair
Oh
off.
my God, is she bald?
Because she originally was bald. Because it was Phoebe's friend, she was bald. And she grew all her hair back, so Rachel was jealous, so she convinced her to go back bald. And they're all saying, we're back to work.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because they were on a break.
Yeah, they were on a break. Oh,
His girlfriend.
Yeah, and then Monica shows up at night. I couldn't sleep. So can I clean your room? She closed the door. Yeah.
See, usually when I get home, usually the two shows I bounce back and forth from are Friends. And then when Friends is out, Big Bang comes on and I just watch.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't really care for it as much.
It's dry humor, but it's not bad. I like it. I like it.
It's good. The thing is, with Seinfeld, things that was considered funny when it was being filmed are no longer funny.
Yeah.
But the ending was probably one of the best things that could have happened.
Kramer was my favorite. And
but you remember Kramer before he became Kramer.
Yeah, he was in.
No, I'm talking about in the show.
Before
that, when he is
in judgment that they don't call back. Because it sounds like if I don't have more, that the judge is inclined to give you one. So, yeah.
That's what I mean.
At least I remember
before it became Kramer. Yeah, I remember the one episode of Seinfeld where they lived the whole episode. We're just looking for the car in the parking lot.
You guys taking care of
rush and going through it. So
carrying the AC. I'll just put the AC here. All I know is that. And they get to the car, can't remember what the AC is.
that he's taking care of the autistic kids.
No, there's a management.
Oh, you're But the irony is, if he's using the same kids that's being alleged in this charge, then I have to go back to take care of the kids I just got charged for injury. So it's just like the irony of making that argument.
No, the idea would be he does that in the beginning, he takes care of it, he already believes it's just parking lot. And so it must be employment.
And so,
and then it's allowed to do so.
Yeah.
No, the one where Kramer, he was a felon or something. He was a wanted fugitive, and he was in Canada. No, he went somewhere. And you remember the whole episode where he was this killer in California, I think. And really, he was just living his life and had living his life.
He's doing field work. They wanted him to murder.
And he eventually came back.
Are the one where he repainted the highway?
Oh my gosh, I don't think I've seen that one yet.
Oh, that one's funny because he's driving. He goes, man, he sponsored that. So he went and painted all the lines black, and then extended the lanes. Instead of being 3 lanes, there was only 2 lanes. And you could literally you could literally sweep the whole car back and forth in the lane without it going into the next one.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's funny.
Now the other old show that I'm watching, it was just like MASH. You need to watch MASH.
Okay.
Because you like Friends. It's a combo of Friends, Big Bang, and Seinfeld. All of them kind of thrown together. So there is some drama, but there is
some current stuff that.
Well, it's an old show. It was about the Korean War.
Oh, okay. It's like asterisk A asterisk.
Because it says this mobile mobile army hospital.
Short docket. It should.
Surgical hospital.
Really? Yep.
That's what MASH actually stands for, is Mobile Army Surgical Hospital.
Okay.
But it was based off of the Korean War. But they have some. Yes, I actually have the whole episodes and all of them on DVD.
Okay.
The one series, I said, you know what, I'm getting on DVD. I don't care about all the other ones, but that one I need, because I'll still watch it from. Every once in a while, I'll get it on. I'll just start from number 1 all the way to the end.
Okay.
The movie came out first. Some of the actors that played in the movie transferred over to the TV series.
Oh, that reminds me of Stargate. Stargate I liked SG1.
It was good. Until they started getting corny.
Yeah, I didn't really watch it last. So that was kind of.
I think I couldn't care for Atlantis.
No.
You're talking about my part-time partner? Haven't seen him since last year. Literally.
Oh, he was gone for a while.
Yeah, well, he did come in one day and got asked if he wanted to go home, and he jumped on it real quick. And I haven't seen him since. But that was still last year. Hey, go ahead. That was the 31st. To be exact. What's up?
So if he withdraws the waiver today, judge grants a bond, he has until the 23rd to self-surrender. Yeah. Okay.
You know, Ryan was.
Well, since I'm not expecting any other attorneys or anything, I'm not yours, since y'all.
Thank you.
I can't do that.
Undock it.
Undock.
I am sorry. But with the last one in dock.
Yeah.
I know we were at 89.
I don't question. Yeah.
Doesn't help that I got very low. A little before dinner, but then obviously kids straight from school, and making dinner, and then take a go, unpacking, cleaning, getting ready for the day. Just obviously we're like 12:30.
That's right. Yes, sir. So you don't have to worry
Hey, you do food, right? I see your posts on Facebook.
I was a chef for 2 years.
Do you have a smoker?
The opposites, I need to buy a grill. The opposite smokers have the thing on the side. How does it not get the soot on the meat? They prevent the soot.
And when it burns, that's the smoke. But if you're talking about the particle, I mean, that's the point, putting the smoke particles on it. If you're talking about more ash, it's supposed to stay on the bottom. It's not peeling, it doesn't lift as much. But it also depends on the quality of wood that you're burning. Because,
right.
Yeah, so, I mean, as long as you're burning semi-quality wood, they won't shuffle out. And as long as you don't adjust it too much, you should be fine. My favorite smoker.
If you're just, how often are you going to use it? In all reality, that's really what it boils down to. And if it's something that you're not going to use very often.
Yeah, I use mine every other week.
But I'm just saying, but if it's something that's not going to be unified very often, any brand, anything, well, it doesn't matter. You can go get the little cheap $100 one from Walmart if you good. So a little offset.
Yeah, I'm looking at $150 offset.
So the ones I like are the ones that can temperature control, because I didn't want to do the pellet ones because the smoke it doesn't tact the same way and it doesn't impart as much flavor.
It actually depends on that part.
Well, it depends on
the quality of the pellets.
Right. So what I did was I got a gravity fed smoker, which uses the chunks of wood like a regular smoker would, but it feeds it like a pellet. So it has the best of both worlds. But also like, this was my splurge. I can smoke 7 racks of ribs at once. Like,
Yeah, you got the bigger commercial, it's considered the commercial grade smokers then.
I don't know about commercial, but it is very large.
That's commercial grade.
Yeah, so, but I use it every other week because I generally just smoke everything at once, or for like potlucks, and then just freeze the rest of it, and then just take it out. But
Oklahoma Joe has good smokers. They're usually gonna be about the 300 mark. They're gonna last a little bit longer, even if you're not using them very often.
But it depends on how much attention you want to pay to it. Because like with the offsets and certain kinds of smaller ones, you have to control the temperature more regularly. So you have to be watching it, especially if you're talking about briskets that are like 12 to 18 hour smokes. That's a long time to attend to it.
Right.
And so that's part, but if you're doing smaller smokes like ribs, 3 hours, it doesn't take very long.
Yeah.
And chickens, which is like an hour and a half. So
again, what he's saying, if you're the different types of meat, if you're doing brisket, you need a thicker gauge pit. Because it's to hold your heat longer.
Yeah, especially with the winter now. Yeah, you don't want to, you want to lose all that heat.
And how do those automatic ones keep the temperature constant? How do you do that?
They have a temperature inside, the same way a probe would on the inside of like a gas grill. It keeps the same temperature in. Whenever it dips below, the electric line from there heats up for mine to feed more charcoal in. And then and same with a pellet, it feeds more pellets in to generate more heat whenever the temperature dial goes down.
And usually they'll, with that style, even the pellet, you can actually, if you wanted it hotter, it'll feed it faster in longer periods.
Yeah, so mine can go up to 700 degrees, but it can go as low as 150, I think. Or 250. Yeah, 150 would be insane. No, 150.
It should be 150.
Yeah, 150 to 700. Yeah.
Because I have an Oklahoma Joe offset.
Yeah.
But I modified it and I put a pellet feeder on it.
Oh man, apparently there's a lot of hacks you can do to mine, but I'm gonna leave it because I'm afraid of breaking it.
I wanted the best of all 3 worlds because half of it is propane.
Yeah.
The other half is offset.
Yeah.
So I can actually remove the pellet feeder out and use the offset or just stick the pellet feeder.
I gotta get something to replace my gas grill because sometimes you just want to fire something really quickly, and it's a pain to feed the charcoal and light it up. Sometimes you just want to click on the propane and just start cooking. And so like the gas grill I had was a hand-me-down from someone who was moving away like 3 years ago, and one of its legs is broken, like the fuse is plugged up. Like it works, but kind of like a broken child's toy. Like it barely works enough for it to, you know. So I gotta get you like just a flat top or a grill or something.
So that's also the reason I wanted
the propane.
Has all of it.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that if I want to throw top on top of the gas one.
Yeah. I mean, like mine converts. It's just it takes. I think to get up to 350, it takes about 12 to 14 minutes for it to get a temp, which doesn't take long. But a gas grill is like just literally turning it, and so sometimes you just want to turn on a thing and not have to feed stuff.
You know, like usually how I start my charcoal, I'll put the hardwood chunks.
Yeah.
The hardwood charcoal.
Yeah.
Get that going. And I'm usually up to temp within about 8 to 10 minutes.
So what I sometimes do just to get a little bit more smoke flavor is for the gravity fed, you have the charcoal go in from the top, but then I put one of the just regular, not charcoal, but just like hardwood on the bottom of the bin. So that it heats enough to get the smoke to come out, but not the ash to travel through. So that imparts a little bit more, like if I want pecan or cherry, I just kind of fill it in on the bottom and the heat transfer out. So it works, but you have to look for it to really taste the difference. So it's only for ones I really, really want to, you know.
I've never had my offset or anything. I've never had problem with ash.
Yeah. Really? Okay. So I say quality of charcoal is a big deal. And they have websites dedicated to, you know, telling you which ones.
I will admit, if I'm using charcoal, I will use the hardwood char.
Yeah, instead of the briquettes?
Not instead of briquettes, I will not use that.
If you want, I just want to farm you, if you want to send the rest, and then I'll just leave this one.
What's wrong with briquettes?
They're usually already pre-soaked in lighter fluid.
And
they burn dirty.
Yeah, so because it's equivalent to it's not shavings, but it's like leftovers just packed together. So
And hardwood.
It's still wood.
But basically, what wood has been charred, it catches, and it's very little ash to clean up.
Yeah.
When you actually need it into your pit, you're done.
I thought about making my own charcoal, but I already set my house on fire. Because like if you get a barrel drum, you can make your own charcoal. But I don't have the time or the inclination.
Well, it's the same way when I make a fire starter.
Yeah.
I just throw a whole bunch of cotton strips and outsource it in the hole, set it on fire.
Yeah.
It smokes it. That's exactly what they're doing with the hardwood char.
I used the small little like shaving wood things and I just slip one in like those. I've become just lazy with time. Not lazy with time, that's the wrong word. I have kids. I don't have a lot of time to get stuff prepared. I just, yeah.
Well, you want to call it being called lazy, you know how I started? I grabbed the propane torch half the time and I just.
I've done that a few times too. Yeah, just get the propane torch and just start it off that way. Yeah.
Just let it there. While it's catching the first log, after that, I can do whatever I can.
Hey man, how's your truck going? Yeah, it's going. Almost done? It depends on that. Okay.
That answer was no.
How big is your Oklahoma jug?
It's the medium, so it's the dual. That was the dual that has propane on one side. It actually has a little stove top.
Yeah.
And then it has the offset with the smoker part. But if you really, like with that one, I think my wife paid $300.
Yeah, this one's $300.
Mine was a lot.
Well, no, I know which one you have.
I think I showed you, didn't I?
No.
The Masterville gravity fed. So it's.
Because I was in a friend of mine has a catering that he does barbecue.
Yeah.
But most of everything he does on it, he does it with his pellets because he's cooking while he's sleeping.
Yeah, so that's what I like. So I think, because I'm not working intake this weekend for the first weekend of my forever, but I'm not working intake this weekend, so I might go for another 18-hour brisket. I might try another one. But
it's just, yeah, I don't, he only does 8 hours.
Yeah. It also depends on the side. I'm going for a full pack of brisket, so it's going to take quite a while to make salt.
Me, minimum is 12 for me.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna do it for 8.
Yeah.
Take it off, let it rest for 2.
Do you wrap it?
And then I wrap it.
Yeah.
And then I'll put it in for another 4.
So my hope is with the 18, I won't have to wrap it, but we shall see. And that's part of it, is seeing if I need to do the wrap or not. I really want to try one without it, because the last one I had to do it. It just took too long and we had to have dinner, so I ended up wrapping it. But if I have a full 18 hours to not touch it, well, not straight, but like not touch it and then break the stall, just sitting, I want to try it. But it's a lot of charcoal. So.
Well, that's why.
Maybe I'll do 2
He doesn't remember the story.
Have you ever tried using peach wood?
I have not. Not one, no. I'm not familiar.
You could use peach wood or pear.
I don't even know where to buy peach wood.
Usually if someone has, I usually have to find it when I see people have peach trees.
Yeah.
And they're about to clear out some.
Yeah.
Same thing with pear wood. It's very mild.
Yeah. I mean, with brisket, I like my pecan. It's very Texas. It's very patriotic.
I prefer mesquite.
Mesquite? It's good, yeah. But I guess it also depends on what seasoning, what rub I'm gonna put on it. So I haven't decided because I don't know how I would commit 18 hours to,
Well, why don't you commit to just S&P, salt and pepper?
Yeah, well, no, I just meant more the time than the rub. I have to have 18 hours where I can do other stuff, but make sure I'm close enough where something screws up,
That's the good thing about the 18-hour long one.
Just slow and
as long as you got it to the temperature, it's never gonna go higher than that.
Yeah.
It'll go lower, and you can always come back and pick up where you left off.
Well, also my hopper only can last until like 8 to 10 hours at most. So at some point I will have to refill it.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So you have 8, if that's the case, you have a 7 hour.
Maybe I'll start at like 4 a.m. or something and just load it up and then let it go. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how I feel.
I don't know, but if y'all wait any longer, I'm gonna be calling it a day.
You want to see if Judge is almost done with 3?
Where's court 3? It's on board 8.
Well, no, I'm not done until almost 2, but I'm just.
Yeah, and at some point, I gotta go see my chief. At some point, I have my other duties.
My client's gonna get mad if I don't fight for him, so I get.
You are fighting. He saw you were fighting for him. You did fight for him. Oh, no, this is different. Sorry, so I have a stupid question.
Oh, yeah, I don't either. So I'll just leave this here. I don't give back here.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But, so when you do the brisket overnight, you set the, this is what I understand, you're supposed to get at a certain temperature, like 250 or something, right?
Well, okay. That's always gonna be personal preference.
Yeah.
Because he might smoke at 225.
I do too, at 225, yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go 220.
Low and slow, okay.
I'm just gonna go as low as my thing can go.
Rolling, okay.
So 225 and 250 are the most common temperatures.
So you put the wood in overnight, you light it up, and
You get your
sleep or?
You get your, well, it depends on how well you know your pit.
Yeah, because if the heat loss is too fast, if you go to sleep and wake up, you're gonna wake up to it at like 175, and then you just wasted a whole roast. So
How do you keep it at a certain temperature?
Well, you have to, you literally have to.
Yeah, you have to keep feeding the wood. That's what I mean, is if you don't have an automatic one, you have to keep feeding it more fuel.
Right, so the automatic would prevent that. You just throw in all the wood and it'll take care of everything.
Or pellet smoker to the hopper. Yeah, whatever you have to feed it, yeah.
Okay.
So, but for your purpose, you probably would be better off with a pellet instead of just an offset. They're a little bit more expensive, but they're less, I mean, I'm gonna say you have to watch.
Briskets, I don't know if brisket. I don't know what you did. I haven't a brisket either.
Brisket is king.
I love eating brisket.
I buy brisket for like $30 a pound, you eat, but it's like, oh, what's it?
No, if that's the case, because of the fact that you're just getting into it, you're probably gonna be better off going to just getting a pellet feeder.
And there's a way to just, if you're doing automatically.
You gotta reload it, you set it, you set the temperature right where it's at.
Yeah.
And so most of them hoppers last about 5-6 hours.
Yeah.
So every 2 hours, you're gonna go look at it anyway, just to spray it down with whatever. Some people spray it without the slider vinegar, some people. It just depends on how you want to prep it.
Actually, there's some people who jerry-rig it so that they have the normal like thing hopper that comes with the smoker, and then they jerry-rig like a larger hopper to sit on top. So it'd be like 30 hours because they basically put like a plastic bin or something on top of it to feed more pellets in. And so they
cook it for 30 hours?
Well, there's people,
or they don't have to refill it as often.
There's friends of mine that he's smoking 30 briskets a night.
You know where it's good to eat? Terry Black's in Austin.
I've been to Terry Black's in Austin. I've been to the one in what's that barbecue town? Frank, I forgot the name. Lockhart. I went to the one in Lockhart and the one in Austin. And so yeah, their beef ribs are.
I like when they take you in the back and they show you these like converted propane tanks, and they got like 50 million of these.
I don't think I've been to theirs, but
there's one like right off of South College or something like that. That one, maybe they changed location, but
I mean, I don't know. I didn't know there was more than one in Austin. I know there's Blacks and Terry Blacks, but I thought there was only one.
Terry Blacks.
Yeah, what I mean is like one both. If there's another location, I'm just unaware of it. But yeah, I mean, they use whatever is large enough to do it.
Not good for you though.
I mean, any smoke really, technically speaking, isn't good for your health, but we're here to live.
Well, a little bit, you can have a little, right?
But if you're starting off, I would say a pork shoulder would be your best first one because it's very forgiving. Because there's so much intramuscular fat, is that it has a lot of buffer. The same way chicken thighs are better buffer than chicken breast, is you have a lot of leniency if you overcook it. So yeah.
Interesting. How's your weekend? Yeah. Good vibes, good vibes on. Let's see. How? He's about to turn 1 in about a month. I got.
See that? What I'm doing.
Nice, nice. It's like your second one now, right? Third. Yeah. Let's see. Cover card. Oh. Yeah. Junior. Second, third, or fourth. Brady, they call him Brady. I put my name in the middle name of all of my kids. I'm gonna do it at least one, right? I gotta stamp them. That's my stamp them. So it really hard. But you know, the one thing I'll say. Quick after that. 300. How old are your other ones? 26. Yeah, 6-year-old now is I didn't realize how bad I was.
I like the ribs that
Frank 6 years old. I was just too old. Man, I think we might because otherwise I just don't have time. I mean, growing up, coffee wise, business is over. How I more herbs. Yeah, at home. Actually, my kids don't. You can do the smoker if you want to come in the smoker afterwards. Yeah, feel. Yeah. There's some close calls. I mean, I've made a couple statements. Like 3 times where it's like, wow, I was really dumb. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Yeah, just your head okay. Yeah, you gotta finish they're 20-year-old. 8 hours later, they're all.
One thing I want to try, maybe I'll start Wednesday. I might try is do a brisket next to sous vide it for 72 hours and then put it in the smoker at a lower temperature.
All right. Hey, thanks for being patient. Hey, Hadi, how are you, man?
We're just talking about different smoking techniques because Ricardo's thinking about getting.
Yeah, I know a smoker.
Ricardo's thinking about
smoke them if you got them.
I have my 1080 gravity fed smoker, and so I cook like 7 ribs at once.
Oh, that kind of smoker.
Yeah,
I thought you were talking about cigarettes.
No,
brisket. Man, way off.
Yeah.
Okay, so
unfortunately, I can only present what I have, and nobody's called me back. So unfortunately,
but you can't. I mean, you're asking 3 agencies to call you in an hour. That's not feasible, and that's just not enough time.
Anyway, but that's all I have to present.
What do you think about giving them a bond?
I mean, ultimately, you're right. I don't have enough to argue for the flight risk part other than the inherent nature of it being a fugitive case. But it's just with
if he would have been in Australia and they extradited him back, that's one thing.
Well, that's a different pickle. And we actually have someone that handles just international extraditions. And I haven't worked on any personally, but I know that's a whole different ballgame. And so
what I'm saying, what I'm alluding to is that he's back on his own accord, whether he knew or whether he didn't. Regardless, it doesn't. My only concern is if he goes back or if he goes back or he doesn't go back. And you're old enough to know that actions have consequences. I'm going to set you a bond now. It's not going to be a low bond, but I'm going to set you a bond. We give you 14 days from the date of your release to go back to, is it Denver?
Adams County. My understanding is Denver.
Okay. If you don't go, you're old enough to know that actions have consequence. And the consequence is that I'm going to revoke this bond. I'm going to set it at 0. I'm not going to give you another one. And you're going to lose all the money that you paid here. Do you understand? Now, according to Murphy's Law, what happens? If it can happen, it will happen. So don't wait till the last day, because I don't care if you come back here, kicking and screaming, well, I had a death or I had this, my car broke down. I don't care. The minute you get out, you need to make arrangements to go back there. If you try to get on a plane, they're going to arrest you again. So you need to make other kind of travel arrangements and get to Denver as quick as you can. Do you understand? Now, what's an appropriate bond?
Judge, I would ask just to have enough skin in the game, considering he doesn't have any criminal history, considering he was on his way back. It's not like he was running for a year, 2 years. The warrant came through on the 25th of December. We're at January 7th. So I would say 2,500.
I think that's pretty low considering it's a serious felony.
Well, that'd be, he's got to pay 100%, so that would be a $25,000 bond in other courts. Since he's got to pay 100%, it's $2,500.
I was gonna say, because there's two, and I don't want to rehash everything, so just vulnerable complainants and the extent of the accusations for the period of time of the abuses that we ask for 10,000. So.
And Judge, the idea is not for him to go back and continue working before taking care of this. The idea is he goes back and takes care of this and gets some orders in place so he can continue working if the concerns are that where he's working, there's vulnerable people. So if he gives you a bond.
No. My only concern is that he goes and turns himself in.
Yeah.
I don't care what you do. I don't care where you go work. I don't care if you're going to hang out with Jesus. The only thing you need to do is you need to go turn yourself in. That's the only thing I'm ordering you to do. That's what you need to do. Now, he wants a $10,000 bond. He wants a $2,500 bond. I'll set your bond at $6,000. Okay. If you make the bond, you need to go from the time that you make bond, I give you 14 days to go turn yourself in. Now, you need to also understand this is that they're going to make travel arrangements to get Denver to come pick you up, and that can happen at no cost to you. For you to be able to bond out, you have to withdraw your waiver. You now have, how many days credits do you have so far? Let's see, you got arrested on.
I had to reset my computer.
On the 7th, it looks like, right?
Yesterday.
Right. So you have around 2 days credit. If you withdraw your waiver to go post that bond, you lose those 2 days. You don't have to make a decision now. I'm just telling you what happens and the consequence of you wanting to make bond, because I don't know if you're going to make it or not. If you want, we can roll you to tomorrow or the following day so you can reach out to your family to see if you're able to make the bond. And if you are, okay, then you do it. I'll let you guys talk about it and you tell me what you want to do. Okay?
Thank you, Judge. It'll take 3 minutes to get a decision and I'll let you know.
Take your time. No rush.
Ball right now, if he chooses to do so.
Appreciate it, Judge.
Colin, wait, Day, I need you because I need a representative from the state. Okay.
Oh, trouble is gone. Hi.
So here's the deal, Day, and I know that I'm kind of catching you off guard. So this is a DWI, and you're so smart. You're so great. Maybe you can probably shed some insight with us as well. Is that Colin has really tried to get personnel records on an officer in this DWI case. He's been unable to. So for the last 2 settings, I've asked the state to subpoena whoever they can to try to get personnel records.
I think before she left, I think they might have given me a heads up on, because they had the same questions. What's the name of your person?
Castillo.
Castillo. Is it on today's docket?
Yes. I can give you a cause number if you want.
I have it, Judge.
So good, man.
I figured the docket was pulled up. Okay.
So,
I got the right guy, Judge.
So, yeah, I think this.
What I wanted you, hold on, Dave. I never saw a return on your subpoena.
Mine?
I never saw a return.
Oh.
So what I was looking for first, was there a return? Because it didn't even occur to me when you were here with them is there even a return on file? I didn't see one.
I don't know if she did court process or.
So basically it's not been served. Number one. Number two, and what I was thinking was, all this information is public information. Like if you go to sheriff's office, they have an HR.
Well, right.
No. Who is in charge of the custodian of records? So what I would do is go to like some HR, the sheriff's office has to have some kind of HR where they list who works where, and a lot of that times that stuff is public information that sits on a webpage somewhere. So
so you're right. It depends on the category of things, because there are some things that are privileged, some things that are confidential, some are core work product. I don't know in terms of the level of disclosure, but this is outside of what the trial bureau originally gives. I saw that they already sent the notice. So the notice part you have, it's trying to reach in the notice and trying to figure out what records.
He doesn't want like addresses and stuff like that, just but disciplinary issues.
But part of it is whether the again, this is speculating. So right. So if they're cleared, then that's different. If it's sustained, obviously everything just goes out.
Right.
And so I don't know. And also part of it, if their impressions, like how much of it is IA, how much.
I mean, think about it like when a lawyer gets in trouble, right? And you get a public versus a private reprimand. So.
And that's the issue though, judges, because I've had cases where stuff got shoved into the G file that shouldn't have been. It should have been a sustained complaint. And when it finally came out, it blew up that officer's career.
So if it gets to a point where, and number one is assuming that those records exist. I'm assuming that they are, but I can't confirm. I don't know because no one's anything.
So but how do we get them to even get the file to him?
So my opinion, I guess it would be my professional and personal opinion, is did the state trial bureau state, did they already subpoena themselves as well?
No, they haven't subpoenaed anything.
Okay. So
what I was suggesting to Colin is figure out who the custodian of records is, do a subpoena here 10 days with that person, because on the subpoena he did, it says unknown employee.
Right, because there's different custodian of records for different things. Right. So
my paralegal's looking.
Well, the conversation I had, I think it was with Morgan. Don't hold me to it, but
it would be McKenzie or maybe Morgan.
I'm saying before.
Yeah,
it's been moved, by the way.
Right, but before she was moved, I think, if I remember correctly, this is the case that we're talking about, is that if we send our own subpoena, maybe she did it before she got moved courts, is if we send it a subpoena, I don't know if that would expedite things having both.
I asked him and it didn't get done.
They didn't get that. Okay.
Yeah, judge asked twice to have.
At that point, that's a chief court problem, but I don't want to get into the personal side thing. So the legal case solving part of it is whomever first successfully gets served, because legally speaking, if no one served the person to respond, then nothing has compelled them to do so. Because I know a lot of the agencies is they won't unless there's a court order. It's not like they're going to fight it. They just want cover for a court order or subpoena to do it.
Who?
And this might be more of a general question, but because I've run into this before where the return hasn't been turned in by whoever served it.
I don't even know who did it though. You'd have to figure out, right? But as looking here.
There's at least a general person, like for example, in general litigation, I accept service for the office. So like, I'm sure there is a front general that can reroute it to the correct, because everybody has a central agent, just like I am in general litigation for the DA's office. Everybody has some sort of central division. And so it's a matter of number one, actually, whether it's defense or state that successfully subpoena. And at that point, once you isolate it, then have a set date, because subpoenas presumably by the next, what is it, 16th? I don't know if it could be enough time if it's personally served. So if it could happen today with whomever the new prosecutor, I haven't had the pleasure of meeting to actually do it, or talk to the chief and have the chief do it. Or, going up the chain, because everybody has bosses, I have bosses. And so whomever is able to facilitate that going out. But what I'll do is I will email, since we approached, and I don't want it to be lost in the ether, is I'm going to email approached with DC after docket or trial bureau docket ended as I was here for fugitive docket. Discussed the issue of subpoenaing custodian of records at HCSO 4 officer file. Court stated that state never subpoenaed before prior ADA was moved from this court. I emailed ADA Watson. No, there's more than one Watson. M. Watson. No, there's more than that. God. Z. Watson and Chief of the Court, Kelsey Siegler, on progress. Next setting is January 16th, 2025, I guess. Off docket. Oops, docket with DCI trial ended. So it's here for fugitive docket, and court needed representative from the state. Okay. All right. So I'm here because state needs to be here, but different totem pole, I can't interfere in trial bureau, so. So let me.
I'm here because Judge asked.
It's because I wanted to let you know that I never saw a return, so that you're not, because I think it's important to you that, because.
I'll double check. And she served it.
Yeah, so I'm emailing people.
I'll figure that out as soon as I get to the office.
Right.
Yeah, maybe, and then can you CC Day if you haven't already?
Well, for this email, it's going to be internal because I imagine they're going to want to figure out with what happened with Morgan before she left. So at that point, it's going to be internal communications, right? But in terms of the notice, I'm going to, as soon as I figure out I spelled it correctly, which I didn't because that's a typo, I hit enter. So now it's preserved, can't undo it. It's permanently my notes. Okay. So please see.
I appreciate that.
So where do we go from here?
I think I'm going to move it out a little further. I'll figure this out about who to get served and make sure that's done.
That's the most important thing is we need to figure out who and how to figure out about.
I'll get it done, Judge.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we can get it, or you. That way we can finally get going,
Okay, so I emailed them. So now it's permanently there.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Doug.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks, Colin.
Hey, Judge, he doesn't want to pull the waiver today because he wants to confirm with the family that they're going to come in. So can we roll it to tomorrow so he can call it tonight? Okay, we'll roll it to tomorrow.
Yeah, that way he can make an informed decision as to whether.
And be sure that the family's going to post the $6,000. Okay.
Hey, follow up. Why do you hate me? I'm just kidding.
No.
Let me email right now.
Can you come tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow.
Okay, cool.
Okay, alrighty.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Oh, wait, is that everything? I know. I will be here tomorrow. I will be here.
You don't need to say anything more.
He knows. We're good. All right. Thank you. See you there. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Okay.
I want to leave you here with all this work.
It's okay. I'll take a break at the center. Bye.
Yeah, that's what's right.
I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, me?
Huh?
Me?
But young, because I didn't know.
I want to say something like that. Nah. Come on now. Thank you for noticing. Thank you for noticing.
I feel better.
I would say Duran. There's Duran. I'm gonna say we're done. I'm gonna say yeah, I'm saying Judge David, I'll say
Yeah.
Did you keep the docket?
he does have it up there still.
I think it's a.
Oh, it's a kangaroo.
We'll get it in one. Oh, okay. Put it in the blue box. Yeah, that's right. Just put it in the blue box. So, yes, smash. And then the,
I've seen episodes of when I was younger on maybe Comedy Central, probably.
It was never on, I don't think it was ever on Comedy Central.
It was on some shows, TNT
It
or.
was usually always on.
Yeah, like Ion or something. Or.
No, I mean, the regular channels like 13 and 26.
Yeah.
The other one? It's a little bit, I don't know, we're both out time. Space Coast. That was comedy, Cartoon Network.
Space Coast.
Space what?
Space Coast.
Oh.
Space Coast. So it's like a rapper or something.
Space Coast. Pull up your phone. Pull up. Space Coast on Cartoon Network.
Okay.
He's like, I don't know.
Space Coast. Is that 2 words?
No, it's 2.
Space Coast.
It was a cartoon even back then, but mainly for adults. So it had a lot of inside jokes.
Oh, okay.
So it'd be above her head.
Okay.
Miss Innocent over there.
Oh.
That's Wild Song. She's not.
I have definitely seen that cat.
Yeah.
I have definitely seen that cat.
Yeah, because it has its own following.
Yeah.
This is like something that you'd see on Boomerang or something.
Right, now it's probably on Boomerang, but back then it was on the Cartoon Network.
Okay.
Because I think Boomerang is Cartoon Network.
That was, what's that show? It's on Sling now, okay. Bird Girl. Harvey Birdman? Oh,
Yeah.
Harvey Birdman, okay.
It was an attorney.
Yeah, that I know about.
Harvey Birdman, attorney at law.
Mm-hmm. Yep, 4 seasons. That sounds good.
These now, the other one was that. No, I didn't care for them.
That was really raunchy.
Yeah. You know what I would actually want to see?
Oh, Harvey Birdman, Attorney General. They made another one.
So there's all kinds of Space Coast in coast to coast Space Coast. There's
yeah, Space Coast, coast to coast. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I see like
I'm like, it kind of seems like it's making fun of
what's his name?
Superman. It's kind of making fun of a whole bunch of superheroes and
talk show.
Right. He did do a talk show part of it.
Live action. No way. This is like you got actual people.
No, it was a cartoon that he actually had people on back then.
What are y'all talking about?
Space Coast, Coast to Coast.
What station did that come on?
Oh, the cartoon.
Guys, have a wonderful day. I forgot that I'm still logged on with everything. I'm gonna turn it off.
Okay.
All right.